feared bounty hunters in all the West. But you gave that up, buried your irons, traded them for a normal life. Tonight, though, that's all gonna change. Destiny's calling, and it ain't taking no for an answer. Smell of gunpowder. Your son dead in the dirt outside, and a burning at your neck, like you've been branded with a cattle iron. Pistol's grip matches your palm exactly. Old blue. Been a while. Panic in the air. Folks hollering. Death and dirt. So, it's sirens who took your husband. Flesh eaters. Best find that Stillwater camp while your husband's still got blood in him. footsteps. Stillwaters weren't too careful covering their tracks. Path's clear. Something don't feel right. Hairs on your neck wake up. Danger's close. Girl, something mighty off about her. A look in her eye, dead as river stone. Well, at least she pointed you in the right direction. Beggars can't be choosers.
We are approaching 2 years in the life cycle of the Xbox Series X, and while we are still waiting for most of the seeds that Microsoft has planted in the form of its many studio acquisitions to bear fruit, there are plenty of amazing games to play on the Series X's powerful hardware. Though we tried to focus primarily on exclusives to the Xbox family that are showcases of what the console is truly capable of, we also wanted to highlight a handful of multi-platform games that also play exceptionally well on the console and are experiences that shouldn't be missed. With all that said, these are our picks for the 10 best Xbox Series X games that you can play right now.
A new body at last!
Sea of Thieves may have launched to lukewarm reviews, but what has happened since is nothing short of extraordinary. Rare's pirate adventure has amassed a community of 15 million players for a good reason, as the developers have offered continued support to make living life on the high seas a consistently swashbuckling good time. With free seasonal content and major updates, including the impressive Pirates of the Caribbean: A Pirate's Life DLC that brought none other than Jack Sparrow to this world of high sea adventure, it's no wonder so many are still diving in every day.
From what I hear of this so-called Sea of Thieves, it's nothing but cursed crews, bloodthirsty mermaids.
Though 2019's Gears 5 was arguably the most visually impressive game on the Series X at launch, it remains a fantastic update of an already fantastic game that Xbox Series X owners shouldn't miss. The already gorgeous Gears of War sequel has been dialed up to take advantage of Microsoft's new console with better lighting, ray tracing, and 120 FPS support in versus multiplayer among its improvements. The bottom line is that if you skipped Gears 5 in 2019, the Series X is a great place to play it for the first time.
Alright, enough with the warm-up. Time to catch us a real monster.
If you're looking for a solid, memorable Marvel game to play on your shiny new Xbox, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is well worth your time and money. A love letter to the 1980s, this single-player action game with some RPG elements is easy to pick up and play. The gameplay is fast-paced and rewarding, but the heart of what makes Guardians shine is its story and characters. Eidos's take on the Marvel crew certainly shows its inspirations from the comics and MCU versions, but finds enough unique depth in these characters to make this iteration of them so memorable. There's charm aplenty in playing as Star-Lord and getting to interact with the other members of the Guardians, learning about their lives, finding common ground, and in coming together as a makeshift family. And let's not forget the soundtrack is full of 80s mega hits, including a fictional band's entire original album that will have you jamming until the credits roll. One of the greatest technical achievements in video games continues to get better in massive and meaningful ways. Developer Asobo's commitment to improving what's already a masterpiece goes above and beyond bug fixes and simple content additions. New planes, new airports, new sights to discover and take in makes this globe-trotting simulation more realistic with each new update. On top of the eye candy and excitement of new aircraft, Asobo is constantly updating and improving the simulation aspects of what is already the most incredible simulation of all time. Whether you want to grab an Xbox controller and spend some time taking in the vastness of the globe, or you want to go full dad energy and build a simulated cockpit in your game room, Microsoft Flight Simulator meets and exceeds everyone's needs, regardless of playstyle.
How was your day?
Great. The toaster broke and Rose refused to eat her vegetables.
If you've got an Xbox Series, you need to play It Takes Two with a friend or loved one, either on the couch or via online play, since of course, It Takes Two cannot be played alone. Not because it's the biggest graphical showcase on the new console block, but because it is simply one of the best and most unique multiplayer experiences you can find these days. Writer-director Joseph Fares, yes, he of F the Oscars fame, follows up the great A Way Out with this, a story about a failing marriage that might just be able to be saved thanks to the couple being turned into children's dolls and forced to work together to find their way back to their human forms. It Takes Two finds new inventive ways to make cooperative play core to its level and puzzle design around every turn. You're not just two players engaging in the same mechanics the whole way through. The entire adventure is specifically built to offer each player bespoke experiences that must be completed together to progress. And those ideas are regularly thrilling and surprising as the memorable adventure continues on. Play it and we promise you'll smile. Tunic's most surface influence is obvious, but Tunic also draws from other great modern games. Its punishment for death is very Souls-like in its design, and late-game puzzles closely resemble games such as Fez or The Witness, with how it develops its own unique language that the player must decipher. But Tunic's greatest element is its most unique. Hidden throughout the world are pages of an NES-like paper game manual. Each page contains something crucial, a puzzle clue, an essential map, a secret entrance, and quite often the pages reveal something hidden in plain sight, teaching you about how Tunic's secrets work so you can discover more on your own. Tunic constantly reminds you that you are in a video game and plays up that theme in numerous clever ways, smashing through fourth walls like so many bombable cracks in a Hyrulean mountainside.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jours.
Don't worry, Agent Forsyth. I can fix this.
Psychonauts 2, the sequel to the 2005 cult hit, had already been crowdfunded when Microsoft purchased developer Double Fine Productions in 2019. But with the added resources and time that Xbox HQ offered, Psychonauts 2 was able to fulfill its maximum potential that fans waited 15 years to finally see. And that potential was to be one of the best games on the platform. The sequel isn't just a great return to Double Fine's imaginative world. Protagonist Raz's story is emotional, layered, and funny as ever in Psychonauts 2, with a wonderful cast of new and returning characters. And that story unfolds through a series of surprising, complex, and punny levels which take advantage of Psychonauts 2's clever and more nuanced platforming. In short, legendary game designer Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine didn't just deliver for the pocket of patient Psychonauts fans, they delivered for all players. They did it. Those crazy sons of guns actually did it. Halo Infinite survived its publicly tumultuous development cycle and emerged as exactly the reinvigorating breath of fresh air that the franchise desperately needed after a 6-year layoff, as well as a supremely disappointing campaign the last time out in Halo 5. Infinite delivers on the promise of a go-anywhere Zeta Halo ring in its open and memorable campaign, offering enough activities to make sure you've always got something to do without bogging you down in fetch quests. The grapple shot grappling hook is the biggest new addition to the gameplay mechanics, bringing new mobility options as well as combat choices. Meanwhile, the rest of the equipment harkens back to Halo 3 in the best of ways. The free-to-play multiplayer has faced some setbacks due to its lengthy seasons, but it has so far boasted some stellar maps, scores of cosmetic customization, and the promise of future content support as 343 continues to work to improve the experience. Halo needed a home run, and Infinite bashes the oddball far over the fence. Forza Horizon 5 isn't just the best game of 2021, as IGN's 2021 Game of the Year winner, it's also the best car game, period, of at least the last decade. The difference between Horizon 5 and other racing games not named Forza Horizon is that it is in fact a driving game. And yes, there's a difference between a driving game and a racing game. Driving can include racing, and FH5 most certainly does, but perhaps the greatest of its many triumphs is successfully tapping into a love for cars. But you don't need to be a gearhead with a nose for adjusting tire temperatures and maximizing downforce, as you do in simulation racers. Here, there's quite literally fun around every corner, whether it's trying to best your buddy's photo radar speed, busting through one of the countless billboards scattered around Horizon's gorgeous fictionalized Mexico, entering proper Horizon Festival events, or just doing goofy multiplayer events. Forza Horizon 5 is as chill and casual or as serious and hardcore as you want it to be, and that's a near impossible feat for any car game. Whether you're a longtime fan of From Software's notoriously challenging games or intrigued by the constant buzz, Elden Ring is a fantastic starting point for seeing what the Soulsborne genre is all about, thanks to its streamlined onboarding of new players, versatility in accommodating playstyle, and open-world design that alleviates the brick wall dilemma of getting stuck on a difficult boss. Stuck? Make a note on the jaw-droppingly large in-game map using a variety of pins, and simply go somewhere else. It's that elasticity that make this From Software adventure a slightly friendlier one, full of godlike bosses looking to snuff out your life, a deceptively large map, and intriguing NPCs rife with charm, mystery, and tragedy. Elden Ring offers the same journey and main quest for all who pick up the controller, but the character customization and open world design and how it allows the player to approach that journey is what makes everyone's quest through the lands between personal and memorable.
Champions! Welcome! A celebration of war! Aragon Festival!
And that's our list! If you want to check out our full written list of our top 15 Xbox Series X games, head on over to IGN.com. But what are some of your favorite Xbox Series X games? Let us know in the comments, and also be sure to check out our list of the top 10 PlayStation 5 games as well. Thanks for watching, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
Hello! Today we will show you a bit of the new There Is No Light gameplay, along with a couple of unseen locations. Hope you'll enjoy what we prepared for you. Now, we are located at Frontier. Pilgrims from all Underworld gather there to take their path to Messiah, their savior. But Solar Corps kill any heretic they can catch. We took a secret path through caves to reach the Pilgrims' camp. Along the hero's way, he will meet many people and creatures who need his support. Help or not is your choice, which will affect the hero's karma. Karma will be needed in future, so be mindful of your choices and decisions. First, Pilgrims Camp. Here, you can gather some information about Messiah, Pilgrims, and the Lighthouse of Hope. Some people can give you subquests with great rewards, so don't miss them. Here they are. Cannibals. They may look funny and stupid, but bloodlust made them very dangerous and aggressive. Here, you can see Karma Door, which can be used as a shortcut. For using these doors, the hero pays with his karma. Cannibals have strange architecture. They build their houses on top of each other, and that brings many conflicts among them. A tough fight ahead. Let's battle through it. Pilgrims believe that to clean your soul, you should look into holy water and reject any evil within you. I think our hero has many secrets because his evil side is tough as hell. There Is No Light is coming out this year.
A new Starfield developer diary just dropped, and with it a whole bunch of new exciting info about the game. Here are 9 details we learned from Todd Howard and the dev team. The characters that inhabit Starfield's universe are set to be a major step up from previous Bethesda games. The dev team is using similar photogrammetry techniques to what they use for landscapes for creating human characters. It sounds like some big decisions are going to be made at the beginning of your Starfield journey when it comes to character creation. Todd Howard mentions going
back to some things we didn't do, the backgrounds, the traits.
In Bethesda's previous games. These range from the traits and stats you pick to what faction you're going to align yourself with. Some of Starfield's major factions have been revealed in more detail. First up is the United Colonies, a representation of an idealized version of the future of the Space Republic. They are the most established political and military faction in the galaxy. The Freestar Collective was the enemy of the United Colonies in the colony war that precedes the events of Starfield. They even have a space western aesthetic and live out on the frontier. Ryujin Industries is a mega corporation that doesn't look too far removed from something seen in Blade Runner or Cyberpunk. The devs have teased that Ryujin has one of the best starts of any faction, as you apply for a job and have to see if you can cut the mustard. Not just enemies in the game, the Crimson Fleet is also a joinable space pirate faction. Joining them doesn't automatically make you an evil person in the world of Starfield though. Sure, you can play the bad guy and follow their orders if you like, but you also have the option to be a double agent of sorts and report back to one of the less evil factions. In other words, you can be a big ol' space snitch. You'll be able to meet numerous companions on your journey through Starfield. They'll make off-the-cuff comments as you explore and generally aid the feeling of immersion, just like all the best characters in Bethesda RPGs do. One of those companions has been revealed in the form of Vasco. A polite-sounding droid, he definitely seems more of the C-3PO end of the scale than HAL when it comes to friendly AI. Let's just hope he stays that way. An evolution of sorts of the Oblivion Persuasion minigame, a new conversation mechanic will have you trying to persuade other characters. Bethesda says this will make each dialogue encounter more involving. Whether this minigame is stats or skill-based is yet to be revealed. This is everything we've learned from the latest Starfield developer update, but there's obviously still so much we're yet to find out about. What are you most excited about in Starfield? Let us know in the comments, and remember, for more Starfield, stay tuned to IGN.
I always say that music is the 4th dimension. It is the emotional dimension. And so in order to create this, you have to ask these questions. Where are you going? You know, what's your motivation? What is your story? What is really pushing us? This is what really drove me more than anything else. These huge questions, they're as big as space.
Everything I've worked on at this studio, the music started very early on, as early as the concept art for the game. From when I began here in 2005. At that time, Oblivion was already well underway. But as we went on to Fallout 3 after that, that was one of the first things I worked on music-wise was the main theme. And that's always been the case, where the main theme sets the tone for everything else we do in the game. And there's time throughout the entire project for that to evolve.
That's true, and I remember like during the Fallout 4 visit, which was actually in 2012, I was wandering through the corridors and I basically stumbled into the artist's room. And it was the first time I actually saw them do what they're doing. I was captivated. I was like, wow, I mean, this is really what it is all about. And I felt so inspired and motivated basically to go back and, you know, to do the same thing with the palette of music. The biggest challenge is actually creating the signature.
I relax a lot once we feel good about the main theme, because the rest is going to, it'll be work and iteration, but it's going to write itself.
The way I looked at Starfield always is what I called the sanctified triplet, which is everything is streaming, right? Everything is changing and everything is returning back. Ta-da, ta-da, here's your development, and then ta-da, and back. So basically it presents itself, it develops, it goes back.
The circular.
Is exactly, some sort of like a circular journey.
You go out, you adventure, discover, return.
Yes, there's always the strive to go back home. And that's, I mean, I guess that's what feels so complete for us, right? We want to complete the mission. We want to complete our journey. We will find something, we will discover something, we'll take it with us, and we will go back home with it. When we built the traditional orchestral sound palette, we actually really divided the orchestral group. For example, took the woodwinds, okay? And we created like a whole woodwind layer that almost represents particle in space, because they don't play melodies at all. They play sort of like a high frequency sequence, you know, like together. So they almost don't sound like woodwind. They sound something between organic to synthetic. Then the strings, they will play this long chords or long melodies and long crescendos and diminuendos. And these kind of things along the line with the fast-moving woodwinds will create a nice blanket around these waves, okay? And then comes the brass. And the brass, especially the French horns, playing sort of like the beacon, you know, the call of the brass.
Those instrument groups as well. A lot of times when you are looking at that whole main theme, I'm kind of salivating, thinking about what can I do with that on the sound design side, you know, not just to weave the main theme into different key points in the game, leveling up, discovering new places. Could we use that as straight up sound design to take those woodwind tremolos and just, let's slow them way down, let's reverse them. I'll take any of that music and turn it into ambience somewhere. The music is like the companion. It's the companion to the player in the single-player game. We don't have control over how the player chooses to experience the game. Our sense of scale had to be totally readjusted in making a game on a planetary surface as we've always done before, and now where you have these very vast distances against this black, starry background. It is a blank canvas and a massive playground, and all the pieces are there for you to write your own story. Whether you jump right in and you wish to follow the main quest, the main story, and go to the obvious. One point leads to another, leads to another. The music has a funny way of playing the right chord change at the right time, and a lot of that just happens at random. You look over the valley at just the right moment, and that just happens to be when this one chord change happens, and there are times like that that feel scripted, and they're not. And I like that each player has that experience for themselves personally.
I believe that the game is a whole experience, and music is part of the whole experience. I believe that the best music in a game is a music that you don't hear, music that you feel. This is something that is bigger than us. I mean, so many people worked on this game. And so my wish is that specifically the music will be present in a way that is going to magnify the entire experience.
Halo Infinite is finally here, and while a lot of it is the same Halo that we all know and love, both Master Chief and his enemies have some new tricks up their sleeves. To help you finish the fight, here are our tips to help you survive Halo Infinite's single-player campaign. Jackals are a menace in Halo Infinite. Luckily, there are some easy ways to deal with them. First, hitting them with your grapple shot will knock away their shield briefly, giving you a quick shot, or another opportunity to grapple in and finish them off. Secondly, if you have a pulse carbine, it's a hard counter to their shield as it disables them with just a quick burst. Apart from that, grenades also work too. In wide open battles, make sure to keep an eye out for sniper jackals hidden off in the distance. They are incredibly accurate and their shots do a huge amount of damage. Always make them priority number 1 in a firefight, whether by sniping them with your own long-range precision weapon or by using your grapple shot to make your way over to them and take them out from close range. During boss fights, or just fights against particularly nasty enemies, always make sure to scan the surrounding area to highlight where the weapons are. Chances are there will be a power weapon hidden around somewhere that will dramatically help you turn the tide of battle. When you're liberating an FOB, make sure to free the captive marine sooner rather than later. At worst, they serve as a good distraction, but they can often be a huge help when it comes to taking down the banished, especially if they manage to come equipped with a power weapon. And hey, if they suck, you can always just take the weapon away from them. Along those lines, if you're planning on attacking an enemy FOB, make sure to stop by a claimed FOB and load up a Warthog with Marines to help make the attack much easier. Your scan isn't just good for finding weapons, it's also super helpful when it comes to collectible hunting. Every collectible will give off a unique ping sound and will be highlighted in the scan. You may even wind up scanning a skull, which is rare, but if it happens, it will appear on your map so you can come back for it if you missed it. When it comes to upgrades, definitely look to upgrading your shield to max as soon as you can. After that, make sure to upgrade your grapple shot's cooldown because that 40% recharge rate makes a huge difference. We've also got a full video on how to master the grapple shot, which you can check out too. If you can, save an upgrade point for a tough fight or area. Using a Spartan Core upgrade automatically gives you a new checkpoint and completely refreshes your health and shields. Remember though, bringing up the attack menu doesn't pause the game. You will still have to hide away somewhere safe to bring it up. Don't forget about the explosive barrels. Grapple shotting a barrel and hurling it at enemies is an extremely effective way of either taking down the shields on a tough foe, dealing big damage to an even tougher foe, or clearing out a group of grunts all at once without costing you any ammo. Take your time in the open world before you move on to the next mission. Once you're in a mission line, it's typically a while before you're able to return to the open world and collect Spartan cores to upgrade your equipment. After you complete the mission titled The Sequence, you will not be able to return to Zeta Halo until after you complete the campaign. And there's no in-game warning about this, so make sure you've done everything you want to do before you get to that point. And finally, your equipment will often be the difference between life or death. Make sure you remember how to quickly navigate to each one so you'll be able to utilize them when the situation calls for it. If you're being sniped by jackals and you don't know from where, toss down a quick shield so you can safely search. If you're getting attacked by cloaked elites, make sure you're able to quickly toss down a threat sensor so it doesn't catch you off guard. And of course, you should always be ready to swap to the grapple shot to make use of its many functions, either as a quick getaway, a way to hijack vehicles from a distance, a weapon switcher, an explosive picker-upper, etc. And there you have it, 12 tips for Halo Infinite's campaign. Let us know some of your own hot tips in the comments, and while I've got you here, why not check out our aforementioned grapple shot tips video, along with our video showing you how to find all the skulls in the campaign. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Hi, I'm Jeff Eleanor, game director at Warner Bros. Games Montreal, and today I'm really excited to share with you gameplay footage featuring Nightwing and Red Hood from our upcoming game, Gotham Knights. We're joining Nightwing, also known as Dick Grayson, midway through the game's story as he patrols our city. All of the knights can unlock heroic ways of getting around the city. For Nightwing, it's his glider, the Flying Trapeze. The Regulators gang are engaged in a hacking crime, so it's time to bring some vigilante justice to the bad people. Each crime in Gotham Knights plays like a mini game mode with rules and optional objectives. Nightwing's fighting style is acrobatic. He ping-pongs around the battlefield. While you can play the whole game solo, you can also protect Gotham in co-op with a friend. Here's Red Hood. Red Hood gained new abilities after being resurrected by an assassin cult. Here, he uses Mystical Leap to move across the rooftop, springboarded by his own soul energy. Successful attacks and dodges build up my momentum bar below, and timing my strikes and combos correctly makes it build faster. Once the bar is full, heroes can unleash powerful abilities. Red Hood's ranged attacks are a little louder. He fires non-lethal rounds that still do a lot of damage. Here's Red Hood's Barrage ability, which deals piercing damage to interrupt armored attacks. The UI you're seeing can be customized to your preferences. What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like.
Perfect attack, Nightwing!
Now that we've prevented the Regulators from stealing data, let's follow Red Hood for a bit. The Bat Cycle is usable by all heroes in Gotham Knights. Let's watch Red Hood chase down a smuggling van in Southside neighborhood.
Great. More shitheads to beat up.
Red Hood can unlock the ability to attach a bomb to thrown opponents, so he can detonate it with a shot later. It's a pretty good time.
Red Hood! Let's get at you.
Now we're back at the Belfry, the hero's home base. This next sequence is from early in the game, as we're just discovering the Court of Owls. The Bat Computer runs the map of the city and lets us pursue challenges and advance the story. Nightwing is tracking his next story mission, investigating the Old Powers Club. The workbench is where we go to upgrade our equipment, making sure that we're ready for each new challenge through the game. Players find blueprints and crafting materials by taking on missions and fighting crime. Each blueprint has different stats, giving the player a wide range of cool choices for their individual strategy and style. Gear with mod slots is better because mod chips power up gameplay properties. At this point in the story, our characters are still processing the loss of Batman.
You could visit him.
I could what?
He went to yours when... You could visit his grave.
You haven't.
I'm not the one staring at the... You know.
Sometimes you're an idiot, Grayson.
Players can unlock fast travel to get around the city in a hurry with the Fast Bat.
Belfry, got anything court-related?
Court of Owls. A secret society as old as Gotham itself. Run the city behind closed doors. According to the old poem, anyway.
Okay, but how does that line up with what Penguin said?
If this all-powerful court really is out there, they might be the ones getting all those creeps out of Blackgate. Which means they've been getting away with murder for centuries.
I hear you. Fingers crossed we'll learn more at the Powers Club.
It's time for Nightwing to sneak into court territory. Stealth is always an advantage.
I'm in.
Be careful. Let us know if you find anything.
They have a few guards. For long lunch too, huh?
I'm not complaining. Nice to get a break once in a while.
So what do you think the poor bastard did?
What poor bastard? As far as I know, I just got a longer break.
Poor bastard. Wonder what that means.
Every hero has unique takedowns and finishing moves. Ambush strikes are faster than silent takedowns, but make more noise.
I can rummage in peace.
Augmented reality vision helps the heroes solve puzzles and investigate mysteries.
AR shows a trail of blood. I wonder what else it can see. There's something under the floor. The hatch is connected to some kind of network. There's gotta be a way to open it.
Here we see Nightwing's elemental shockwave ability. It interrupts enemy armored attacks and deals elemental status effects.
Try this.
Cryo status freezes an enemy, taking them out of the fight for a while.
And done. A hidden staircase. That can't be good.
What's he doing here? I got something for you. Heads up.
For anybody wondering how this fight looks with Red Hood, check this out.
Kill the intruders first. Then you can think about the rewards.
Red Hood takes on a Talon gladiator here, one of the Court of Owls' engineered superhuman assassins.
Wherever this belongs to must be in bad shape. Better hurry. That must be whoever they kidnapped.
Look out! Look at me! I ain't made a mistake! It won't happen again!
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
Zamora lies defeated, but her chained spirit still serves Macros. Use your spirit vision to reveal Zamora's influence on the realm. Bring the souls of the defeated to their final rest and unearth hidden treasures. What other secrets are hidden here? It's time to banish Zamora and free the Earth realm once and for all.
As Forza Horizon 5 crosses the finish line, the bar for open world racing has again been raised in so many different ways. A map of Mexico that's bigger, higher, and wildly more varied than any Horizon game yet. A fresh change to the way the Horizon Festival itself is gradually constructed, which results in more one-off events deliberately designed to showcase Horizon 5 at its very best. Improved tools that allow us to build completely custom events that can be more or less indistinguishable from those crafted by the developers themselves. An enormous visual upgrade, especially to lighting, tire smoke, and dust effects. Hundreds and hundreds of new custom parts, rims, and performance mods, and cars with more character than ever. Drastic sound improvements, better handling, more granular preferences and options, more online activities. It really is incredible across the board.
You just have to let go and enjoy the ride.
To understand just how big Forza Horizon 5 is, we have to briefly look back at Forza Horizon 4, which truly ballooned into an absolute colossus of a racing game back in 2018. Playground Games had taken the impeccable open-world racing of all the Horizon games to date, then stuffed in simulated seasons, a shared world multiplayer overhaul, and a shift in how the team told their mini-automotive stories. But that was day one. Playground then spent another 3 years cramming in even more things to do. The festival playlist, where new activities were available every week. The Eliminator, Horizon's very clever and effective take on bringing the Battle Royale format to a racing game. The Super 7, where we could participate in custom-built racing, driving, and stunt-based challenges made by others, plus create and share our own. What's impressive is that Forza Horizon 5 isn't just all this airlifted to a different part of the world, it's that it's all this and a remarkable amount more.
Look to the sky! Follow me and keep up!
The breadth of Playground's wonderfully diverse map of Mexico is exceptional, and it comes as an extremely exotic and interesting array of environments to get lost in after 3 years in Horizon 4's beautiful but broadly more uniform Britain. Horizon 5's tapestry of colourful locations and backdrops more closely resembles Horizon 3, but it feels noticeably more extensive than even Playground's remarkable 2016 riff on Australia. There's Baja, where the sun-baked tarmac hugs the coast as the parched, sandy desert blends into the beach, and Deep Jungle, where muddy tracks crisscross through ancient temples, abandoned airstrips, and thickets. There's the charmingly colourful city of Guanajuato and its maze-like network of cobblestone streets and tunnels, contrasted with a sleepy coastal town flanked by the ocean on one side and mangroves on the other. There's rolling green farmland, draped in crops and windswept grass, and also a picturesque gorge that looks like it's been plucked from a Western movie. There's the semi-arid desert of the map's interior, filled with towering cacti and stubborn shrubs, and the high and rocky volcanic peak of Gran Caldera. There's even a giant stadium for soccer practice. Back to Senna. Senna holds it, holds it, holds it! It's not exactly a perfect recreation, of course. As with all Horizon worlds to date, it pays no mind to reality, smooshing together a stylized vision of Mexico at its most interesting. But the result is a fantastic map, and the biggest in the series by far, by a striking margin. That size is best observed from atop the Gran Caldera volcano. The Playground Games team has stressed that it's the highest point in any Horizon game, but you won't have to take their word for it. Just drive up there and you'll see how much it dwarfs both Horizon 3's Blizzard Mountain and Horizon 4's Fortune Island expansions. The massive elevation change not only provides one of the best roads in the series to date, a switchback-filled mountain run I expect will become a drift mecca for the Sideways squad, but it's a killer display of Horizon 5's immense draw distance. I love games that make me feel small in a vast new space, and Horizon 5 does this very effectively. The garage is just as grand as the map itself, with well over 500 vehicles, and it's a selection that still handily eclipses all Forza Horizon's open-world racing rivals. Granted, there isn't a huge number of cars that are strictly new to the franchise, and those of us who stuck around Forza Horizon 4 every week for the last few years collecting every new car will have seen the lion's share of them before. But Playground has assuaged that slightly with the addition of a lot of new rim options and visual upgrades that may help breathe new life into cars you've seen a lot of previously. Changes to the livery editor also see it support higher resolution designs and graphics, but you still can't place decals on glass, which remains a shame. Between the cars and the map, however, Forza Horizon 5 is barnstormingly gorgeous on both fronts. On the Xbox Series X, that's true of both the 4K 30 frames per second quality mode and the 4K 60 frames per second performance mode. I've been playing mostly on the quality mode since the frame rate never ever wavers in either mode, remaining buttery smooth at all times and in all conditions, but know that the visual concessions in performance mode are generally so small you'd need to study freeze frames to spot the difference anyhow. It's tough to pick my favourite visual element of Horizon 5, but I think it might just be the drastically better smoke and dust effects, and especially how light interacts with the particles in the air. It looks brilliant. Of course, while Forza Horizon 5's show-stopping graphics are sucking most of the oxygen out of the room, there have been so many other improvements to the Horizon formula here, it's hard to know where to begin. The handling tweaks are deceptively extensive, with more authentic ABS braking, a snappier steering sensation, and suspension improvements that have resulted in a more convincing feel off-road. The radically revamped audio is superb, and the amount of cars that now sound blatantly different to each other has exploded. I especially love hearing the changes my performance parts are making to my car's sound in real time, nerdy behaviour which is encouraged by the ability to rev the engine during upgrade work. Even before launch, the new event building tools are already resulting in some outstanding and creative courses, races and activities being shared between early players. With considerably more props and far more granular options than Horizon 4's building tools, I'm expecting some of the user-generated content for Horizon 5 is going to be mind-bendingly good. A rethink in how the career mode unfolds has seen Playground add a new point system that allows you to take charge of what event hubs and special races you want to prioritise unlocking. These points, or accolades, are awarded for achieving major and minor feats, and essentially function as a dramatically expanded version of the brick challenges in Forza Horizon 4's LEGO expansion. What this has allowed Playground to do is add a handful of additional curated drives to Horizon 5, which it's dubbed Expeditions.
Hey Luke, that's it. It's time for an adventure.
These expeditions inject a little bit of the flavour of the Horizon series' fabulous but fleeting opening drive montages back into the main career, where Playground stage manages vehicles, the time of day lighting, and the weather for memorable journeys that showcase Horizon 5 at its very best.
Okay, that one was very close.
There's been some significant multiplayer massaging too. This time, Playground has ditched ranked play for something less pressurized that won't penalize you for other people's bad racing etiquette. Horizon 5's PvP modes have been grouped under a single umbrella and are now designed to embrace new players as championships progress, meaning that unlike Horizon 4, it seems like we should no longer be locked in dwindling groups of sore losers that hemorrhage players as races don't go their way. The hourly Forzathon Live events from Horizon 4 have also been brushed aside in favour of the newly christened Horizon Arcade. It functions similarly to Forzathon Live. They're still co-op events where everyone contributes to a common goal, but there's a greater variety of activities. They can be fun spectacle, particularly when dozens of piñatas are raining from the sky, but I do find they can descend into a bit of a slog when they go the full 10 minutes. Then there's the tiny stuff, which still all adds up. A more intuitive car collection display which lets you quickly buy multiple new cars for your garage and skip the menu shuffling in the dealership screens. A cute activity where you hide cars from your own garage for other players to find inside barns you've discovered around the map.
Shall we send a thank you?
Hell, there's finally even the ability to toggle between opting for metric measurements but retaining horsepower for power measurements, because kilowatts are for vacuum cleaners. Forza Horizon 5 is a deep and nuanced car nirvana for rev heads and auto geeks to endlessly collect, tinker and experiment. It's also an extremely accessible buffet of racing spectacle open to everyone from day one. Deluxe edition diehards to Game Pass nomads, no matter their driving skill or mechanical knowledge. It's an occasionally goofy but always earnest Valentine to Mexico's world-famous culture, and a romantic ode to the magic of road tripping through postcard-perfect vacation vistas. It's a long-haul, MMO-inspired racer that's exploding with more races, activities, and event types that can comfortably fit on the map, and yet it still always feels relaxed rather than daunting. It never locks you into something you don't want to do and steadily rewards you for however you choose to play it. It looks beautiful, it sounds magnificent, and it is glorious to play. Yes, Forza Horizon 5 is a lot of things. Above all, however, it is the result of a racing studio at the peak of its craft, and the best open-world racing game I've ever played. For more on Forza Horizon 5, check out our technical analysis, and for more on the whole series, check out our look back at the history of the Forza games. For everything else, stick with IGN.
The legacy of From Software's Soul series is not defined just by the amazing games that it's made up of, but also the subgenre that has been given life thanks to its very existence, the Souls-like. To celebrate this subgenre and to whet our appetites for the upcoming Elden Ring, here are our picks for the top 10 Souls-likes. Now, defining what exactly constitutes a Souls-like is a bit tricky because there's a lot of core elements of the Souls games, but for the purpose of this video, here are the key things that a game must have to be a Souls-like. Punishing consequences for death, souls, or a currency gained by defeating enemies that is integral to character progression and can be lost upon death, methodical combat typically tied to a stamina meter, and bonfire-like checkpoints that reset the world. Also, we're gonna keep this list From Software free. This is a list of the best Souls-likes, not the best Souls games. And yeah, sorry, that also means no Sekiro and Bloodborne. Now that we've got all that out of the way, let's kick this off with arguably the first game to directly crib the mechanics and feel of Dark Souls, Lords of the Fallen applies the genre's hallmark stick-and-move combat to a more conventional, loot-driven action RPG. Though it doesn't test your mettle in quite the same way as its masochistic inspiration, its riff on the bonfire system, which gives you the opportunity to bank experience at checkpoints or keep it on you to earn more, tests and tempts players in its own way. Don't underestimate Code Vein for being anime Dark Souls. Bandai Namco's post-apocalyptic sci-fi fantasy vampire adventure brings deliciously brutal combat and some mechanically interesting twists. Switching classes and experimenting with lots of weapons and playstyles is strongly encouraged. You can and are basically expected to play the whole game as part of a duo with either a friend or AI companion who backs you up through hectic battles that are tough enough for two. Each Darksiders game has been a different flavor of hack and slash, with the first game being largely influenced by The Legend of Zelda, and the second being a mixture of a variety of character action games with Diablo-inspired loot. But Darksiders 3 was a Souls-like through and through, though its combat is not tied to a stamina meter, something generally intrinsic to the Souls-like genre. It still nonetheless employs the same style of methodical and deliberate combat that is exceptionally punishing for every mistake. Darksiders 3 also stands out from the rest of the Souls-like genre thanks to its lingering influence of The Legend of Zelda that carries over from prior games. There's a larger emphasis on puzzles and environmental problem solving than is typical within this genre, making it an interesting departure despite its firmly established Souls-like roots.
Come on then. Take a sit and have a drink. We can watch life pass on by.
Mortal Shell is shorter and less complex than many of the best Souls-likes, but it has two unique mechanics that make it stand out. You control a ghost who possesses the corpses of different warriors with different weapons and abilities, and you can charge up a block by hardening your corpse shell so you can take a hit while attacking and not get hurt. Its spooky vibe and stress-inducing combat channels the Souls games that inspired it. It just doesn't get much more Souls-like than this. One of the more defining and weirdly endearing characteristics of a great Souls-like is how obtuse it is in how it reveals its enemies, items, and story as it slowly unfolds. 2018's Ashen from Studio A44 and Annapurna Interactive is just the right amount of obtuse to inspire players to inch forth through its treacherous, minimalist world. Ashen is tough, unforgiving, and brilliantly stripped down to the core DNA of what makes a Souls-like tick. Sure, most of its characters barely have feet or even faces, and the art direction feels deliberately stripped down and cel-shaded compared to its grizzled and lavish Soulsborne bigger brothers, but all of that just makes it feel much more haunting, austere, and isolating. Not too isolating though, because Ashen really clicks in passive co-op multiplayer, where friends can team up to explore and subsequently die in its sprawling, eerie world together. Mixing bleak, dystopian sci-fi horror with hard-hitting melee combat, labyrinthine environments, and tough-as-nail boss fights may seem like your standard-issue Souls-like formula, but Remnant from the Ashes adds emphasis on a very iconic video game weapon class: guns. Heavy-duty ground combat, complete with procedurally generated stages, makes Remnant feel different enough from its counterparts while still paying homage to the games that inspired it. Most importantly though, it's a ton of fun, and occasionally tough as nails, and has some really unique lore to boot. And if the main game sinks its hooks into you, there's also 2 DLC packs and an entire prequel spin-off game to keep you going. Both the Surge and the Surge 2 take the multiplayer/countdown mechanics introduced in Lords of the Fallen and add a Monster Hunter-esque crafting system to put a unique sci-fi stamp on the Soulsborne genre. Dismembering zombified cyborgs to craft new weapons and armor offers a grisly injection of strategic fun, and some really excellent environmental design and storytelling in the first game provides a great setup to the series' dystopian future. While the story might get a little bit unwieldy as it progresses, the 2019 sequel improves the gameplay mechanics and progression loop that made the original such a satisfying action RPG. One of the first truly notable Souls-likes, Salt and Sanctuary is perhaps the one that most unabashedly embraces that identity. This is a game that wears its Souls inspirations proudly on its sleeves. But what makes it so special is that for as much as it sticks to the core fundamentals of a Souls-like, it also introduces completely new elements. There are platforming sections that play with the rules of gravity, there's couch co-op play, making it one of the best Souls-likes to play through with a buddy, there's a super in-depth skill tree that allows for a ton of customizations in terms of your playstyle, and all of this on top of super satisfying combat, a great variety of weapons that behave very differently from each other, deep progression mechanics, and much, much more. At first glance, you might not think Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order much of a Souls-like. Lightsaber battles, Force-assisted parkour, and an actual story not hidden in item descriptions. But the blood of Souls games can still be found running through its veins. Many of its challenging battles against the Empire or deadly alien fauna come down to a strategic understanding of an enemy's moves and style, when to dodge unblockable attacks or parry at the right time, even interrupting with a well-placed force push. While no stamina meter is present, Fallen Order relies on wearing down an opponent's stun meter with perfect strikes and blocks, similar to Sekiro. Checkpoints to rest are sparse, and enemy ambushes are plentiful, rewarding careful progression and an eye for secrets. And let's not forget the most lovable robot Estus Flask ever to grace the screen, BD1. Okay, now before we go into our number 1, we have to call out an honorable mention that didn't make this list, not because we missed it or because we didn't like it, but because calling it a Souls-like just didn't really sit well with us. While undeniably inspired by Dark Souls in many ways, Hollow Knight doesn't really play like the other games on this list in practice. Yes, it shares a similar storytelling style of letting you piece together the history of its world and your role within it through more subtle dialogue and rich lore, as well as that familiar death mechanic of having to reach the place you died to retrieve your money, but its combat, progression, and movement systems are extremely different from the Souls setup. Most notably the lack of a stamina meter, and while there are other games on this list that also lack a stamina meter, there's also a significantly more forgiving healing system that doesn't rely on reaching enemy resetting checkpoints to refill. Fights themselves are also far more reminiscent of platformers like Castlevania or even Mega Man than the patient, timing-focused encounters of a Souls game. So, while Hollow Knight is an incredible platformer that certainly owes its Dark Souls inspiration a lot, its gameplay doesn't actually use FromSoft's signature style to the same extent as others on this list. But hey, if you disagree, feel free to pretend Hollow Knight's right here on this list and bump everything else down. We won't judge. Moving on. The best Souls-likes find a way to use what the Souls series did as a starting point, and then find a way to leap off from there and do their own thing. None do this better than the Nioh series. It still has all the essential qualities of a Souls-like, but Team Ninja manages to tweak each of those qualities in ways that make the Nioh games feel familiar, but also completely distinct. Take combat, for example. It's still got that careful and deliberate pace thanks to a stamina bar that governs your every action, but on top of that is also a key pulse mechanic that allows you to regain that stamina with well-timed button presses after each attack, which facilitates a much faster pace to the action. Add on top of that the unbelievably deep gear system, the huge skill trees for each weapon and type of magic, along with a lengthy campaign and tons of post-game content, and it's easy to see why the Nioh series is placed on such a high pedestal among Souls-likes. And that's our list. What do you think? Agree? Disagree? Still think Hollow Knight should have made it? Let us know in the comments, and for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
My name is Isabelle Valois. I'm an aspirant in the Sapphire Tourney, a proving ground for squires looking to join the knightly orders.
She is honest, and she is kind, and she is deeply devoted to the values of knighthood.
The people of the Sisters take pride in our knights, the same as anywhere in High Rock.
I think one of the favorite ways she was described to me when I first started recording her was, she's like that girl on your dorm floor who finds out that you have alcohol in your room. And she would never turn you in for it ever, but she will definitely give you the side eye and maybe a little lecture about why that's not the smartest idea.
Eight above help me. They're artists and sailors, singers, bards, and pirates all. Brave, swashbuckling warriors that make you recite poetry. Ghastly stuff.
She is a follower of the god Stendar, who is both the god of righteous might and mercy. So I think that says a lot about her. She believes the world is what you make of it. So it's shaped by her choices. And because of that, I think she can leave the world better than she found it.
Of course. Drake, I'm sorry. I bet I came on a little strong. I've spent months preparing for the tourney.
These companion characters are so well-rounded. It feels like they're alive, you know? As you spend time with them in the game, you really get to see their personalities fully. I think it just creates this bond with your companion that is so important when you're playing this game.
Sorry, it's a curse I picked up from my dad. A word from the old druid tongue that's been co-opted for common folk. I sort of grew up here at the castle, and it's a little more acceptable than the curses the dockhands use. So I use it.
And I really love that both the companion characters available are so very different. You know, they couldn't be more opposite. So with Isabelle, you get this beautiful, wholesome, knightly experience.
I would never. Stealing is, well, unknightly.
If you decide to have Ember as your companion, you can just lean into the trash fire because she's so much fun.
Now, let's get things started.
Word of advice. Never take a Black Marsh Argonian for granted when it comes to cards. I can't tell you how many people fall for that whole I'm a simple lizard lost in the big city routine.
So in the new High Isle chapter, we have the Tales of Tribute game, new card game. Bragus introduces the player to that new game.
Ha! If phrase bones, an introduction would be nice, wouldn't it? Call me Bragas. Professional gambler and semi-professional everything else. Apart from sailor, that is. I hate the water.
And this character, he's a gambler, he's a talker, he likes people. How he attacks this game, this new card game, is how he attacks life. All in. He is just all in on everything. And it's a game within a game that you can go into a tavern, meet someone you don't know, sit down and you play this new card game together. It's brilliant.
Do yourself a favour. Never bet on horse races, or guar, or mixhounds, or giant spiders. Really, any sport where the participants can run faster than you. Torch bugs are alright though.
I see life as a team game. I think Bragas does as well. I think he likes to see other people succeed. He likes to see other people being happy.
People need a place to relax, chum. The ancient anchor's fine for sailors on shore leave, but people looking for a really good time always come here.
So I think a night in the pub with Bragas, a couple of beers, a little Tales of Tribute would be fantastic. I think we'd have a great time together.
Go out and win some games, my friend. It really is true that experience is the greatest teacher, especially when it comes to Tales of Tribute. I'll be rooting for you the entire way.
From Software have had a design brief, and they're sticking to it. From demons to the dark, from blood to Sekiro, the masochistic punishment remains in Elden Ring. But is this new entry a mere Tolkien gesture to change that brief, or the ring to rule them all? Now, dad joke intro aside, Elden Ring launches this week across last generation PC and now gen consoles, and today we get to suffer for the plight of all you tarnished souls to bring vital details on the Series X, the PlayStation 5 and the Series S. Now, if you need to know how this game plays out, where have you been for the past 15 or so years? Suffice to say, the game remains true to the core aspects of From Software, with bonfires now being sites of grace and everything that moves able to kill you within an instant. The big change comes from structure and additions to that tried and true formula. The map is now vast and largely open from the start. You can also fast travel very quickly between these sites after you have visited them, at least on foot, and you also get brand new steeds to speed up your travel across the map, and this is quite a significant change to the sometimes very tedious retreading back to the last boss battle that slapped you from pillar to post. These are both a gameplay and technical update that means loading, travel and streaming are now much heavier on the engine and hardware, giving us more to discuss later in the review. Another big update, again technical and visual this time, is a dynamic weather system, and time of day has now been added into the game. This does remove the feeling you are just stuck in a Groundhog Day battle in limbo within each of these battles. Sunrise adds a lovely red tint, broad daylight helps see much further, and darkness emphasises the burning torches and the sheer horror you face. Sun, rain and strong winds with fog also really enhance the visual quality and variety you will face. This adds more load on the engine, as now textures and lighting cannot be baked, with shadow maps shifting, stretching and changing the dynamic of the scene. I appreciated the effort here, and although not a revolution by any means in gaming, this is a vast step forward for From, and means that Elden Ring is the most technically forward-looking title that they have made, really building on all those previous elements with clear Bloodborne and Sekiro influences creeping in, not least of which include stealth options, your very own horse and a jump button. The sky really is the limit with this one. Resolution wise and performance, we have two modes available for our delights across all three platforms. As is the common standard, we have a priority choice to make, either frame rate or quality. This predominantly boils down to resolution sacrifices on each console. LOD, foliage, ambient occlusion, etc. all remain pretty much identical on all three platforms between each mode. The only exception is shadow resolution, and possibly filtering is higher on the Series X and PS5 over Series S, and it's higher in the quality mode than it is in the frame rate mode. Now, prior to the day one patch being released, version 1.02, only the PlayStation 5 had per object motion blur and camera radial blur, but it's now been restored in the Series X and the Series S in frame rate mode. It was already there in quality mode, and likely a quick win for performance reasons, but they've obviously optimized the Xbox versions now and put that back in, and obviously improved performance ever so slightly, which I'll get to at the end of the video. So you'll see some shots here that were captured before that was applied, but the later performance capture is showing that with it applied in both the performance mode and obviously the quality mode. The resolution differences between the two do stand out though. Now let's go from the top down. In quality mode, both the PS5 and the Series X target a fixed resolution from all my counts of 3840 by 2160, and this is much cleaner and sharper on all the thin subpixel and thus high frequency elements of the screen, from foliage, specular highlights, particles and texture details, ultimately presenting the game in the very best light possible, and without any overtly intrusive TAA solution. It can be pin sharp at certain times of day to enable those texture details to stand out. It's still a very noisy image though. They use chromatic aberration at the edge of the screen, lots of motion blur when you're moving around, and generally the sub-pixel element does dither and shimmer quite a lot, which causes some movement in sub-pixel elements and foliage. There are other elements in terms of shadow maps shimmering around and lots of foliage popping in as you walk through the world. At some points it can be quite drastic as things can move in and out. Now the quality mode is much better and cleaner, although it still has some shimmering, but it's very, very minor. And the frame rate mode in certainly the PS5 and the Series X case does have a reduction to image quality that is very apparent, and it can emphasize that shimmering movement and reduce the texture details. But once you're in action, and again because of that motion blur, it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference to a title like this, where the art and assets aren't designed around pin sharp accuracy. Now the Series S runs the quality mode at 55% reduced resolution than the other two consoles, at a fixed 2560 by 1440 from all my counts. It may be dynamic, I didn't catch any points where it was. Now the frame rate mode changes this to a definite dynamic solution, and now with the Series S topping out at 2560 by 1440 so long as you're looking at the sky, but in action it's often 2080 by 1170 or even 1080p, and at points quite often in heavy battles just under a low point of 1792 by 1008, giving us a 51% scaling factor from that 1440p target. The impact to image quality is pretty large on a 4K screen. It can come at the cost of clarity and motion that for me is not worth that balance from a personal perspective, but more on that shortly. The PlayStation 5 and Series X both appear to have an identical resolution target. Skywards we see 3840 by 2160, and then in action a low of 2688 by 1512 on both. However, the PlayStation 5 is often higher than the Series X, with this shot being at that lower 1512p on Series X here, and it's 1620p on the PlayStation 5. This is potentially a reason why the performance is much closer post-patch, meaning we see a circa 12 to 15% gain to the PS5 in some sections where heavy foliage, overdraw and shadow maps are in play. But in reality though, this delta is academic, as those resolutions, even when zoomed in, barely make it perceptible, and certainly not in action. The lack of per object motion blur would have stood out even more, but it's now been restored in this patched version, although it can sometimes be disabled even on the Series X when you're moving around. It definitely has some kind of issue in there, or maybe it's dynamic, I don't know, but sometimes you can see it and sometimes you can't. The results are a game that can look softer and more noisy in this mode, as it rarely hits 4K on both machines unless the on-screen action is very light. We had to wait until the launch patch was released, and we tested all these versions on version 1.01 and then again on 1.02 to ensure we got an accurate state of how the game will launch when you play it. As such, we can see that both modes run with a 60 FPS cap on the frame rate. It's just that one hits that target much better than the other. Taking quality first, we can see the Series X and the PlayStation 5 never hit 60 during the tested sections, with highs of 45 and 47 respectively here, and both dipping into the 30s. Normally, unlocking your frame rates when they're this low is usually a no-no, but From Software's engine is notorious for bad frame pacing. Fundamentally, the delivery of frames over an even cadence. Think of it like a drum. See the frame time graph on the left. So long as that drum beat, the frame time is smooth and even, everything feels correct. But when it's variable, then it all goes out of sync, and you can really get affected by that in terms of the on-screen actions, the controller input times, and all of that negatively affects your experience. As such, leaving this unlocked is the better option, as a cap to 30 FPS would still cause judder, but would likely feel no better and possibly worse at points. As such, this mode is really a 30 FPS mode, but left to run at 16 millisecond frame times to ease memory budget and frame buffer flips, which could be anywhere between 16 and 66 milliseconds. Series S is identical, but of course worse. The quality mode only hits low 40s now, when screen view is at a bare minimum. Most of the time it is 32 or lower, and can drop sub 30 FPS even with the latest patch applied in the frame rate mode. Again, the impact here is a 30 FPS game most of the time, but due to the freedom of frame rates, we actually get a better presentation in this mode than if it was capped to 30, I would suspect. As such, it makes sense why they have done such a thing. The frame rate mode does improve here by 45% give or take, enabling 60 FPS to be hit. Sadly though, it's rarely here and can still drop sub 30 FPS even at sub 1080p. The like-for-like examples here show what this means for image quality and frame times. The main choice here comes down to your screen. If you've got a 1080p one, then the resolution cost is lower, and thus the increase to game fluidity is welcome and might be worthwhile. But on a 4K screen, this is not the case, and as such, the choice here is to leave it at quality mode, in my opinion, as the increased performance, although welcome, is insufficient to balance the IQ cost for such a display. But the choice is best, and I'm happy to report From Software have given you that choice to make, which is another improvement over previous releases, besides Sekiro. The PS5 and Series X have almost the same challenges, but the IQ cost is much smaller, and as such, I think even on a 4K screen, the increase to fluidity is the best compromise, as you're always north of 1440p, which is where the Series S tops out. What we do see though is performance gains to the PS5. Again, not 100% like for like, but we can see 4 to 7 FPS at best, some 13 to 20% in quality mode over the Series X, even with the latest patches applied. Again, this is academic, as outside of this analysis you would never really notice it, as the action and variation makes them both feel more 30 than 60, with the same reasons I've just explained. But it does stand as a good benchmark here for the actual From Software engine, certainly favouring the PS5's configuration and API, but with the patches applied it is much better, but it doesn't really achieve a consistent and stable 30 FPS frame rate, but it is better than previous releases, albeit not including Sekiro, which also had that option. The frame rate mode does do a better job though, with the sacrifices just explained to hit that higher ceiling. However, neither are close to being locked, and again can dip back into the high or even low 30s from my tests. Due to the resolution scaling here being an additional factor, we also see some higher deltas in those frame rates, sometimes 10 to 15 FPS at the very heaviest fill rate bound sections, but at others it can be literally 1 to 2 FPS, leaving us with a small but clear gain for the PS5 over the Series X, which again aligns with the results we saw in quality mode even post that day one patch. This does leave the PS5 performing better than the other consoles, but not by a huge level, and I doubt anyone would really spot the difference aside this kind of deep analysis, but it's still something to note if you have both consoles to play it on. Cutscenes can again be some of the most impactful in terms of performance, but as a passive experience, that's not really an issue. Just before we wrap up the performance review here, there is one thing to note, and that is PlayStation players get that unique opportunity to simply play backwards compatibility titles, including new ones from the PS4, or in this case the PS4 Pro. That means if these frame dips, and they are pretty persistent, you will feel them throughout the title no matter which version you play. There is one unique option that's simple for PlayStation 5 players, and that is simply download the PS4 version. That gives you access to the PlayStation 4 Pro version, which runs at a 3200 by 1800 resolution, but it means you get absolutely no dips in my tested sections here. Fully locked 60 FPS with no issues. There are other caveats with that version which I'll cover in the next video, but overall, if you do want to have the most solid performing version, and that includes the PC, and I'll cover that in the next video as well, then certainly try this, as I think you'll find it a benefit if you are susceptible to frame dips. And let's be honest, From Software are well known for it throughout their history. Lastly, we have loading, which is another area that PS5 wins, but this time by the largest amount. Almost 3 times faster from a load to the save point on the same game, 6.3 seconds versus 17.8 on the Series X, and around 1% slower, half a second on the Series S. For a game like this, that is very welcome, as you will be able to die even more in the same time on the PlayStation 5, and how is that not a win? Fast travel and respawn show a similar delta, anywhere between 1.8 to 3 times the speed of the Series X to the PS5, and the same for the Series S, a little slower. And that's a big part of this game because you spend a lot of time travelling, loading, and certainly dying.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
This is another classic entry in that Souls, Death, Punishment series that From Software are synonymous with. It does push improvements in model quality, scene density, lighting effects and more, but largely these may seem cosmetic, but they do add to the enjoyment and improve the variety the game offers. It's certainly not a groundbreaking revolution in terms of technical development and asset quality. Even PBR materials are of a similar level that we saw in Sekiro. It is definitely, from a technical perspective, up with the best the team have made. There are some bugs, shadow map flickering, pop-in and other issues. It's still an atmospheric and well-designed, art-driven title. The Series S does lose out on such heavy GPU title as this, and basic LOD culling is a key area the engine could definitely improve on, with buildings staying visible from miles out. There are half-rate animations that still crop up, and overall the performance, even with 2 modes, never hits a stable level both at 30 and 60 that should be expected even from Software. If you have the choice, the PS5 is the better one all round in all modes and all areas, but Series X still offers a welcome boost over the previous generation and is never that far away from the PS5 to cause great concern. Fundamentally, if you played Dark Souls and such back in the PS360 days, then this is a silky smooth affair. You could say it's one to die for. Anyway, that's the end of another technical deep dive into games, technology, and all things game related. But remember, keep it IGN for much more, and I'll catch you on the next one.
The Reapers might think they've already won, but we'll show them that we don't stand for that sort of nonsense in the Sea of Thieves. We can fight back. We can rebuild Golden Sands.
Oh, yeah? And who's gonna rebuild it? You?
Well, obviously we can't do it alone. We're gonna need every brave and true pirate that calls these seas home. We need to gather as many supplies as we can and bring them here. We'll show the Reapers we don't give up so easily.
So, they think they can just rebuild. We must act swiftly. They cannot be allowed to restore Golden Sands. We will call more pirates to our banners, and all will tremble before the might of the flame.
Okay, in case you missed it, Bethesda announced today that Starfield and Redfall have been delayed to the first half of 2023. Not great news. I'm Brian Altano. This is Ryan McCaffrey. Let's break down what this means for this year and for next year for Xbox. How you doing, McCaffrey?
I'm good, man. The Brian and Ryan show. It has been way too long since you and I sat down. Sadly, it's over bad news, but there is some good to be taken out of this, at least.
That's true. Now, obviously, they had originally committed to the 11/11/22 date. I love that. It was catchy. That's not happening. So that was part of the whole sort of big Bethesda buyout. We saw Starfield was probably one of the most anticipated games of the year, one of the biggest games of the year, definitely one of the most ambitious games of the year. Fallout in space, as the shorthand goes for it. But not surprising that it's getting moved like almost every giant game has during this pandemic era of gaming. So I'm sort of stumped as to what this means exactly right now for Xbox, because we know that big things are coming, and we'll get to that in a second. But I think right now in the short term for 2022, it does put them in a very unique spot in not having any sort of significant big first-party games to tout for, their both of their consoles, which are by all means very successful otherwise.
Yeah, highest revenue console platform of Q1 2021. They've got a lot of momentum on the hardware side. On the platform side, of course, Game Pass continues to get bigger and bigger. But you're right. Like, for all the momentum that they had from last year with Halo, with Forza Horizon, with Psychonauts 2, with a number of other third-party exclusives as well, things were really looking up. And unfortunately, just the way the development cookie crumbles, 2022 is suddenly looking pretty bleak as far as Xbox exclusives goes. So what we've had so far, because Sony's had a tremendous year already, and that's we don't even have God of War Ragnarok yet. So they got that to look forward to on the PlayStation side. But on Xbox, we had Crossfire X, which was a disappointment. We had the best game of the year so far for Xbox exclusive-wise, the game behind me, Tunic, which I reviewed, gave a 9. No regrets. The game's amazing. Brian Altano, it is definitely a Brian Altano kind of game. If you haven't played it yet, you've got to play it.
Playing it on Xbox and restarted it on Steam Deck too. Yeah, it's fun.
Nice. Oh yeah, good Steam Deck game too. Shredder's a snowboarding game, so that's an exclusive most people probably weren't even aware of. That was definitely a smaller time game. And then there is one we should be able to mark like in pen, not in pencil, and that's Deathloop, which we already know is a 10 out of 10 video game. The 1-year exclusivity on PlayStation will expire in September of this year, so presumably we will get that. I don't know if they'll be able to talk about it at the showcase next month, the Xbox showcase, because who knows what the terms of that deal are with Sony, but we should be seeing that this fall, I think, on Xbox.
Which puts that one next to the sort of like interesting category with, Ghostwire being on PS5 and Xbox having a part of that too. Part of that, those, 1-year exclusivity deals as well. So yeah, that's, that is part of the conversation. It is a small part, but it is in there.
And then the rest of 2022 for now. Now, Altano recognized that the showcase in 1 month from today, June 12th, it's May 12th as we shoot this, I'm sure we'll get some 2022 release dates. And I'm going to talk about a couple that I think are somewhat likely. But here's what's currently on the schedule. Only one of the games I'm about to list for you has an actual specific day that's on the calendar, and that is Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. That is a third-party Xbox exclusive scheduled for September 13th of this year. Also on the calendar, again, all third-party stuff at the moment. Scorn, which is the long-delayed, just first-person, disgusting horror game, very H.R. Geiger-esque, that looks like it'll be pretty good. That's scheduled for October, but no date yet. And then games without even any months, but they're just still for now, 2022. Some really cool stuff here. Somerville, which is from the ex-Limbo and Inside developers. That game looks phenomenal. And then you've got Replaced, another, indie exclusive, but that was a big standout from the showcase last year at E3 2021. That's that side-scrolling pixel art steampunk game that looked fantastic. That grabbed a lot of attention last year. That is, as far as we know, penciled in for 2022 on Xbox. And then another one, which I have major doubts about because we've heard literally zero about it since its announcement. The announcement did millions of views on IGN. That was Ark 2. Right. Remember, that was the trailer. That's the Ark sequel that had Vin Diesel in the trailer. So
my brain had completely forgotten about that until you reminded me of it this morning, by the way. I just,
Well, me too. I had to do my research and I was like, yeah, that was okay. That's still 2022. Yeah, probably not. But unless, who knows? Maybe we'll get a pleasant surprise at the Xbox showcase for that one. And then Halo Infinite's already out, but we'll have season 3 of that game for the multiplayer, free-to-play multiplayer, starting in November. So that's, that'll be new maps, new modes, some stuff to look forward to there. So that's it, Brian. We can talk about some maybes on the first party side for 2022.
Well, that's the thing. What's interesting about Xbox right now is that they do own a ton of studios. They do have a bunch of irons in the fire, as they say. But it does feel like a bunch of them got moved for this year, and that's just sort of bad coincidence. It could be just an overall perfect storm happening here. But yeah, there are some question marks of stuff that we know is in the works. But I would be surprised if some of these games came out this year. But who knows? They're worth mentioning, right? So there's Hellblade 2.
Yeah, that, because we've seen that a couple times. We got a 6-minute gameplay trailer for that at the Game Awards back in December, so 6 months ago now. And that one we know is Unreal Engine 5, and Unreal Engine 5 is finished and shipped to developers. So I feel like of the first-party titles that are in the hopper for Microsoft, Hellblade 2 has at least maybe a 50-50, a coin flips chance of coming out this year. And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe, because of course Microsoft knows these games could all delay, including Starfield. Todd Howard, sadly, unsuccessful in calling his shot, Babe Ruth style, last year, saying 11/11/22. But that's all right. I mean, we want Starfield to be the best game it can be. I'll wait as long as it takes.
Agreed.
So, maybe Hellblade 2.
What was it? Two or 3 weeks ago, actually, the Xbox UK account tweeted out, 200 days until Starfield. Can you believe it?
Yeah, whoops.
And, and it is worth mentioning that, days do take longer on other planets. So maybe that's part of it.
It's November 11th in the Starfield universe, just not on Earth.
It's like 2,000 something hours for a full day on Venus. So maybe that's where it's taking place. We've got Forza Motorsport. That's a potential. I mean, what do you think the likelihood of that launching this year is?
Again, probably a 50-50 coin flip, because that's same thing. We haven't heard about this since it was announced at the 2020 showcase. So it's 2 years since I'm sure, I would bet lunch that I would bet you a Taylor ham sandwich that we will see that at the Xbox showcase next month. Whether it A, gets a release date, and B, if it does, if that release date is this year, remains to be seen. We had Forza Horizon 5, IGN's Game of the Year for 2021 last fall. We know that this Forza Motorsport is a reboot of the Sim side of the franchise. It's going to be next gen only, no more Xbox One. So I think that's, it's a maybe for this year. My gut is leaning towards no, but I think there's an outside chance that could land this fall.
We've also got the Indiana Jones game from Machine Games, which we got a brief glimpse of. It was kind of that overhead death shot of the map and stuff like that. My gut on this one is that this will get timed closer to the movie release, whenever that is happening. That new Indiana Jones 5 or whatever feels like that's been being worked on for ages now. But never say never. I do hope we see something about that in the showcase, because I don't know, it just sounds awesome. I love Indiana Jones. And then there's that kind of rumored GoldenEye remaster that, who knows, that one, that's the game that at least 14 different intellectual property holders were involved with at some point. That's a whole rat's nest. Now, one thing that I have been thinking about a little bit today is that Xbox does have a ton of money, and they theoretically freed up a bunch of marketing dollars this fall. So could they potentially throw some money at a third-party game to do a Outrider-style day-and-date launch on Game Pass this fall? But digging around, this fall isn't that crazy for anyone, really. Like we mentioned God of War before, which I cannot wait for. Game still does not have a release date. Breath of the Wild 2 got moved to next year. There is a Call of Duty this year, although that is theoretically taking a year off at some point next year, I believe.
Yeah, the Treyarch game next time, yeah.
Yep. So in terms of big games this fall, we've got Gotham Knights, which we got a sort of 13-minute extended demo of this week.
October 25th for that one, I believe.
We've got Saints Row in, I believe, late August. So not exactly a fall game, but not really like a ton of really big things that they could be like, here's some money, launch it on Game Pass along with everything else, right? So I don't have the numbers off the top of my head on how well that sort of deal works historically for third-party publishers going on to Game Pass day and date as the other platforms. But it seems like people, studios aren't necessarily against it or apprehensive to it, and some are even embracing it. So that's a chance. I mean, what do you see happening there?
I think you nailed the major candidates. What few there are so far.
Yeah.
Saints Row, I don't think that moves the needle, with all due respect to Saints Row, which is a series that I've enjoyed for many years. I think Saints Row, I'm in the Saints Row 3 is the best Saints Row camp. I know I'm going to get some commenters that are going to say Saints Row 2. Much love to you guys. They're both excellent choices, but
3's my favorite too.
This new Saints Row reboot's not doing anything for me so far. We'll see how that goes, but I do think Gotham Knights would move the needle. That's a significant game. That's a game, we were talking about it on Next Gen Console Watch this week, the one that hasn't aired yet. It will air after this records, but oh well. That one, they had their old gen versions canceled. PS4 and Xbox One canceled.
Right.
That could be something where Microsoft might want to throw a few bags of cash at WB and say, hey, let's get this on Game Pass, and then let's use the cloud technology that we've been building to stream it to Xbox One users so they can play the game, which is something that we saw Microsoft do with Microsoft Flight Simulator last year.
Right.
A next-gen only game that you can play on your Xbox One with your Game Pass Ultimate subscription through the cloud streaming there. So, that's a possibility. But yeah, 2022, the showcase is going to have to bring something, and I think it will. That's the bad news. But the good news, Brian, is that 2023 is going to be insane. Like as bleak as 2022 is looking at the moment for Xbox, 2023 could, I know we throw around best year ever a lot, which is good. Like that means because we're excited, but right. Seriously, 2023, Brian.
I agree. And I will point out that, there have been a lot of years over the last decade where it feels like Xbox is like, okay, so not this year, but next year is going to be the big one. And
the Chicago Cubs of the video game industry.
Yeah.
The Chicago Cubs did eventually win the World Series.
They did. It took a long time, but they did. They lifted the curse. I went to art school with a lot of people that would they wouldn't put a lot of art up on the wall for critique, but they'd be like, I got this painting at home I'm working on. I swear to God, it's amazing. Just believe me. And eventually, they'd have to show them proof or they wouldn't pass the class. So that's just the reality of things, but it is worth mentioning. I do feel that next year, and I agree with you, I do feel that next year is going to be big, not just for Xbox, I think for a lot of companies, but I think Xbox specifically has a lot of really cool stuff that they're working on. It didn't make it this year, didn't make it last year. And so let's speed run through why 2023 is something to look forward to after this year has definitely not been great for them.
Yeah, the rapid fire version of this, but just let this sink in. Like, you're going to hear these really fast, but think about if all, or even realistically, 2/3 of these come out, next year is going to be bonkers. And everything you're about to hear will come to Game Pass on day one. Let that sink in as well. Starfield, Redfall, Ghostwire Tokyo coming off of its 1-year PlayStation exclusivity. That deal should expire in March of 2023. Avowed, huge first-person RPG, very exciting from Obsidian. The Fable reboot from Playground, Gears of War 6, State of Decay 3, Everwild from Rare. You look at the calendar, id Software's next game, whatever it is. Right. There's some maybe speculation that it could be a Quake reboot. You look at the calendar, they shipped Doom Eternal in March of 2020, so maybe fall 2023 would be 3.5 years. There's a distinct possibility there. And then one other one that leaked late last year is a game called Pentiment, which is another Obsidian game from renowned director Josh Sawyer. It's a murder mystery game by the leaked description. That could very well be next year. So, that's a lot of bangers for 2023. Right. And then just to finish looking out on the horizon, I know, this is going to feel far away, and I guess 2 years away is still pretty far away. But 2024 onwards, Perfect Dark, and the reason I say that is because we've had reports that Perfect Dark's in a little bit of a rough place right now, so I can't imagine that game's a year, even 18 months away. So probably 2024. So Perfect Dark, The Outer Worlds 2, The Last Night. Remember that one, Brian? That's another pixel art cyberpunk game that looked incredible at E3.
That's very cool.
I've been keeping in touch with the developer there. They are working hard, and that game is going to be something else. You've got not one, but 2 Unreal Engine 5 In Exile RPGs. So again, those are out on the horizon. Double Fine's next game, that's out on the horizon after Psychonauts 2 shipped last year. We know that whatever Double Fine's doing, it's using Unreal Engine 5. Forza Horizon 6, inevitable. That's probably 2024 onwards. And of course, The Elder Scrolls 6 is somewhere out there. It's in pre-production right now. Yeah. And it will go into full production once Starfield does ship in 2023. But yeah, I mean, that's off in the distance. But again, that 2023 that we just went through, that's going to be wild. And that's to say nothing of if some of the 2022 candidates we just talked about slip into 2023, it makes 2023 even better. So next year is going to be insane for Xbox.
I completely agree. You'll just have to hold out. This year is obviously, it's a little quiet, it's a little barren. We're just as bummed as everybody is. Like this, I wanted to play these games. Like this stinks. Just like I wanted to play Breath of the Wild and everything else that got moved. But it is what it is. It's the nature of the pandemic and a million other moving parts happening. Games are bigger than ever. But Ryan, thank you so much for helping me break this stuff down today. Folks, remember the Xbox Bethesda Showcase is on June 12th. So we will definitely see something there. They're doing a show, so they'll have something to show us. Whether or not it's stuff we'll be able to play this year, we don't know yet. But there will be games. And we will be covering every game this year. Not only the ones that release, but the ones that don't release and get delayed forever. So remember, for all things video games, you're already in the right place, and that's IGN. And thank you so much for watching.
I like Fred and George. So the joke shop, I would probably have the best time because I love telling jokes and pull all the pranks.
You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? Hogwarts Legacy is coming to Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC. For more on everything Hogwarts Legacy, keep it here on IGN.
Now let's take a look at the new Saints Row Boss Factory demo, which is free to play now ahead of the full game release on August 23rd.
Guys?
You gotta do something to capture people's attention. So what do we build next?
Me.
We are so good at this.
Which fool wanna challenge me? Got a pack on your back with a strap, can't relax cause you know there's no guarantee. I ain't never kept as a fact, don't react to the test of the mass and the cavalry. Stay correct as your majesty, savage, never kneel, never have defeated.
Seriously, this is perfect.
Dinner and a show, baby.
Fall drop from the roof, is it? Yeah, cut them loose if they ain't gon' get the proof with you. If you're looking for the truth, mister, cash ain't grind, cause I got one thing to prove quicker. To the dark side of the moon, high speed chase, make your heart stop from the zoom. Unsolved game, bring bizarre vibes in the room, top floor brawl, that's a far drop from the room. I want all the power, the money in the Dallas, the judges in the Alice, the tunnels in my palace, 100 miles an hour, cause I want all the power, I want all the power, I want all the power, I want all the power.
Hey everyone, Nars here, giving you a special look at Life Makeover, a social lifestyle simulation game that lets you take your style to the next level wherever you are by taking advantage of Unreal Engine graphics. In Life Makeover, you can create a character and customize their features, then try on thousands of ultra-realistic outfits that make you look and stay fabulous in your photoshoot sessions. From evening gowns, dreamy princess dresses, and tailored suits, Life Makeover gives you the freedom to match your style or try something new. Take care of your in-game character to change their mood, hang out with cute pets, and invite friends over for a party. Once you're ready for the spotlight, customize photoshoot locations like seaside villas, modern cities, rural farmhouses, and more to match your look. And your customization options don't end there. You can even create outfits from scratch in the DIY design suite. Here you can take advantage of preset patterns in the toolbox or add designs of your own to use in your very own creations. This suite simulates the real-world design process from selecting fabrics to pattern design and even cutting. Have a design you can't wait to share with friends? Make it a reality in Life Makeover, and then invite your friends to your in-game home to show off your creation or have a themed party. Life Makeover is brought to you by the award-winning Arcasor Games. You may have heard of their other titles like Dragon Raha, the most downloaded 3D next-gen mobile MMORPG in the American App Store, or their upcoming titles Noah's Heart and Avatar Reckoning. Arcasor Games is currently exploring new technologies like Unreal Engine 5 to use in their games they release in the future. The current APK game build is currently geared for Asian regions, however, the US and EU regions' features and localizations are being developed. Think you're ready to walk the runway? Then stay tuned because soon I'll be getting a hands-on look at Life Makeover and recreating my very own Summer of Gaming outfit in-game. But first, check out this trailer for Life Makeover and make sure to pre-register to start setting your own fashion trends.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
We're out of space.
On it.
We're going live.
Unleash the power of the Samsung 980 Pro PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD for next level computing and double the data transfer rate of PCIe 3.0. It's 12 times faster than Samsung SATA SSDs, making for a whole new user experience. It's easy to install. Boost your PC performance, load games faster and more reliably, no matter how intensive the workload. The Samsung SSD 980 Pro and 980 Pro with heatsink are proud partners of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
We're good.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
You are go for launch.
Xbox and Bethesda in 2022. With over 25 million Game Pass subscribers and the Series X and S selling faster than any Xbox console has before, Microsoft is riding high. Bethesda might have pushed Starfield and Redfall to next year, but there's plenty more from Xbox Game Studios on the way. Hotly anticipated sequels like Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, The Outer Worlds 2, State of Decay 3, and brand new takes on Perfect Dark and Fable. And there are brand new IPs we're dying to learn more about, like Avowed and Everwild. And hey, can we see some frickin' Elder Scrolls 6 already? Clearly, there's a lot in store from Xbox and Bethesda, and IGN has you covered.
Welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming and a very special episode of Podcast Unlocked, IGN's weekly Xbox show. Today is Super Bowl Sunday for Xbox fans everywhere. That's because in just a few minutes, we'll be getting a brand new presentation from Xbox and Bethesda showcasing all of the big games they've been working on, and it's sure to have some surprises and reveals. Here to help me speculate on just what might those things be are my co-hosts Miranda Sanchez, Stella Chung, and Destin Legary. I missed all of you a lot.
Yeah.
It is so good to be back.
It's so good to be here in person with everyone. We're all at the same table. It's so cool. Finally. Also in the same city since we're all spread out.
Physically, this is great. It's been a couple of years, but we're back. But before we get started, just a reminder that IGN's Summer of Gaming is going on throughout June. You can find live coverage of all things Summer of Gaming wherever you get your IGN, whether that's IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, IGN1 on your smart TV, and now you can even watch us on our Steam page, which I guess means you can watch us on a Steam Deck, probably, which would be awesome. Anyway, let's start by talking about Xbox's 2022 so far. It's been a bit of a rough go for Xbox thus far in 2022, after a great 2021. With Halo Infinite, IGN's 2021 Game of the Year, Forza Horizon 5, Psychonauts 2 was a huge hit, nominated for a ton of awards. You had even some exclusives like 12 Minutes and The Medium in there, The Ascent. A lot of great stuff last year, but this year, 4 big delays so far have really cost the Xbox a lot of momentum. We've had Stalker 2 get delayed, replaced, both of those for the absolute worst of reasons with the war in Ukraine. Those are Ukrainian developers. And then Starfield and Redfall also falling off. So 2022, a little rough so far, but Destin, on the hardware and services side, the news is much, much better.
Yeah, we actually got to try out the new Samsung television streaming service that Xbox is going to be offering with Xbox Game Pass. You can play games like Halo, Forza Gears, basically anything that's on Game Pass just on your Samsung television. The technology really, really impressed me. I got a bit of hands-on time. You can go check out that video right now on IGN.com. The latency is barely noticeable, if there at all. And it was just really impressive. I don't know what else to say about it. It felt like I was just playing off a Series X.
That's about the highest compliment you can possibly give that particular scenario. And then Miranda, we've got 25 million Game Pass subscribers. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think we talk about Game Pass a lot on the show, and for good reason. Like, there's just so many games, and I kind of think about it and I frame it of, if I were a child and I had Game Pass, Like,
it would be heaven.
Yeah, exactly.
We had that when we were kids.
Yes, I mean, I know we do talk about it a lot because it is such a good deal. It's like if you have an Xbox, you might as well have Game Pass, unless you don't want to have a bunch of games waiting for you to play constantly and discover. Which is, it's really helpful because like there's so many times like, oh, that looks cool, and I'm like, is it on Game Pass? Yes, perfect. I'm just going to download it and try it. And I think that's just such a nice thing to have. And like having them expand it in different systems within like Samsung and just other apps and like with cloud gaming, and they're constantly adding more. It just continues to add value to it. And I think it's just a smart play for them to continue to grow it.
And then Stella, Xbox was #1 in revenue in all of Q1 for 2021. So that's the X and the S combined, plus game sales, plus just adding it all up. So things are good on the hardware side, including even now we're going to be getting some demos straight into Game Pass.
Which is awesome. Again, we keep talking about how great Game Pass is, but also I want to hit on the Series S and how good that is for people who are traveling, who do have to travel for work. It's just such a nice compact thing that people can just take with them and play anywhere, and it's almost the same exact quality as what you get on the Series X, which is great. So you don't lose much quality, you still get the same amount of playtime and FPS, which is great. So, and then now all these game demos coming out, like if I had a Series S in my hotel room, I could just go and play it.
Right. Well, you should.
I know.
Let's just do that after this.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We'll get some Xbox going. And Destin, Microsoft's incentivizing developers to make those demos for Game Pass.
Yeah. So basically, what's happening is they're offering an option to create demos for Xbox Game Pass for indie developers. They will be compensated for doing this, of course, and then that would go to the Xbox Game Pass service, meaning their games get a little bit more attention and promotion, and they get compensated for the work of creating that vertical slice.
So we'll talk predictions, core specific predictions here in a few minutes, but what I want to start with now is a more general overarching question. What does Xbox need to do today to have a good showcase? Stella, I'll start with you.
Oh, okay, cool. Definitely Starfield. I feel like that's the kind of game that, like screenshots, anything, maybe a different trailer. I would prefer gameplay, but I mean, listen, we'll take what we can get at this point because I need that sort of exploration game. I need that now. So I feel like anything Starfield, like any sort of maybe communication about, how development is going even.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, after the delay into just first half of 2023, any sort of big picture update on this game would be useful at this point. Miranda, what does Xbox need to do today to have a good show?
A common theme we're going to have here is updates. First party updates, we just want to know where things are. It's understandable that there are a lot of delays, like in just how things are in the world right now with development and everything. And I think part of that could come with the conversations of crunch culture, right? Like that's been a huge thing in the industry. It's like, hey, don't do that. So if that means more game delays, I'd rather us have healthy developers who are making their best games because they're taken care of rather than having to crunch through it. So with that, with pandemic, everything else involved, I think it'd just be nice, of course, to have those updates. But aside from that, I think there are other things they can do to wow us, right? Like it doesn't just have to be first party. That is what we're looking for, and we should expect to have those updates. And I think they have already said that, Starfield, Redfall, all those things, we'll get some updates on those. But I think there are, third party things we can still look at too, and game variety. So they're really big on ID at Xbox, and there's some really fantastic games that have come out of that. And I think we shouldn't kind of doubt those, and we should give those a lot of respect and excitement too, because sometimes you can find the coolest, weirdest, most unique games in that bunch. So I think we should hopefully have a good, healthy space for that as well.
Absolutely. Destin, big picture, what does Microsoft need to do today?
They need to show gameplay, and thankfully, there's a live stream that was going on right before we went live here where Phil Spencer said, less CGI, more gameplay at this showcase. And also, if you're worried about spoilers, hide your phone, because there are some surprises in store, he says, that potentially have not leaked yet. So I'm really excited about that. But honestly, yeah, they need to show gameplay. They've shown CG of State of Decay 3. They've shown the CG for Perfect Dark. We've seen all that. We need to see what these games look like in action. What does Avowed actually look like when we play it? What is Starfield actually going to look like? Sure, we got an in-engine teaser, but I want to see gameplay.
Yeah, well said on everybody. For me, it comes down to one big picture thing for this showcase, because I wrote an editorial for IGN after last year's that said I thought that was their best showcase ever last year, but far too few of those games have actually come out. So I think that the thing Microsoft just has to do today to really have a great showcase, is give release dates. We need concrete release dates for this stuff. I made a list of first-party games that have been announced they're great, exciting announcements. To your point, Destin, a lot of them were CG trailers, but they don't have release dates. And there are 10 of them. So you've got Starfield, which of course missed its release date, unfortunately. Redfall, Avowed, Fable, Forza Motorsport, Perfect Dark, The Outer Worlds 2, Hellblade 2, Everwild, and State of Decay 3 are all first-party exclusives that have been announced that we just don't have release dates for. So that, above all else, is what I just think we need to get today.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine waiting until a game's ready, but when you have 10 games without dates, it's sort of like, well, what are we supposed to be excited for in the interim, right? They did say that they're working on publishing 5 games during the next fiscal year, so from July to July, and we know a few of those, but we need dates.
Yeah.
Right, it's such a hard thing too, right? Because we want to know what teams are working on, and we want to know what's coming, but also we want the information, we want all the information, but also sometimes we don't want things to be revealed too early because then we have to wait forever and we get sick of hearing it of it. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, that game, we've seen it 5 times.
Well,
it's that hard juggle, right?
Yeah, I think Microsoft was in a tough position of their own making a couple years ago when I'm talking about all these games that have been announced. They kind of had to announce them because they'd gotten to this point where everybody was like, where are all of your first-party games? You've been buying these studios. So they had to get these CG trailers out there and say, look, no, we do have things. Yeah. And now it's catching up to them, which certainly the pandemic and the delays of work from home and all that haven't helped. So they're a little behind the 8 ball in the sense that there's these great games, but I empathize with the growing frustration of Xbox fans that say, well, wait a second, I've invested $500 in your next generation platform. Where are the exclusive games? So that's what I want today. Just please give us some release dates.
So just some communication, some form of communication on where things are, how things have been developing, how things feel with different studios. I mean, so I know that we're all frustrated that we haven't gotten more first-party games, but would you say that you still trust Xbox to release good games? Okay, good.
Yeah,
cool.
The water faucet's going to start just pouring pretty soon. We thought it last year. It started to flow, and then it just dried up this year, but hopefully, I think when it finally does turn on again, which hopefully is going to start today, it's never stopping again. All right, we're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we've got more predictions and expert breakdowns of all the big games we expect and hope to see at the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase, which begins in just a few minutes. There's much more IGN Summer of Gaming right after this.
From video games to entertainment to tech, IGN is here to give you the biggest news and breakdowns that you're looking for.
Welcome to Next Gen Console Watch.
Welcome to Podcast Unlocked.
I'm Akeem Lawanson.
I'm Kim Horcher. And here at IGN, we give you a behind-the-scenes look at some of the biggest games coming out this... Híjole, what was that? Oh my gosh. Oh, Jamie? Jamie? Jamie, are you...
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
PlayStation.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming Expectation Jamboree for the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase. In just a few minutes, we will hopefully get an idea of what's in store for Xbox and PC gamers. But first, let's make some predictions. That's our favorite thing to do about exactly what might be coming up. Miranda, I want to start with you. We always have fun doing these. Sometimes we get crazy. Sometimes we try to keep it grounded and realistic. Which side of that meter are you going to go for here to start with?
I'd like to start grounded. I think that's a good place to go. I'd be remiss if I did not say a Gears game. Like, I have to talk about Gears, right? And I am happy to, because I want to know what's next for Kate and Marcus. Like, we got such a great ending with Gears 5, and so I'm just waiting with bated breath. So with Gears 4 and Gears 5, they did about a 3-year development cycle. So they released Gears 4 in 2016, and then in 2019 we got Gears 5. So if they were following that, which we know they're not, we would have gotten the next Gears this year. So I'm hoping this year instead, in lieu of giving us a whole game, that they will instead give us a really healthy tease for it. I don't think we're going to see gameplay yet, because I think they're very clear in saying, we need more time. And I'm like, a year? Is a year enough more time? Because I don't want to pressure you, but also I want to pressure you because I want this game.
Well, we have a big player choice, not to spoil it, but that has to resolve, right?
Yes.
In Gears 6. We knew we're getting Unreal Engine 5 for this. The Coalition Destin's been heavily involved with Unreal Engine 5 already.
Yeah, they actually worked on the Matrix demo recently. Colin Penty helped with that, and I'm sure other team members to make that come to life. So that demo is a really great example of what the Unreal Engine 5 is capable of.
And thus what Gears 6 is going to look like.
You guys,
it's going to be so good.
Gears 5 was gorgeous too.
Yeah,
just imagine Gears.
And particularly with the Series X enhancements that they did. I mean, and we have to, Marcus has to get back to his tomatoes.
He does! He needs his peace. He needs his garden.
Stella, give me a prediction for what we're about to see.
So since we're starting out grounded, I think that definitely a roadmap for Halo Infinite. We kind of saw the latest update come out and then nothing really much after that. I know that there have been talks about co-op being tested on, right? The co-op campaign. But maybe we get that early. That'd be really great because I really want that to come out. I've been waiting for so long. But that's more of a grounded thing. Then definitely, I think we have to see something with Starfield. Like, there's no way they're going to leave that out.
Look at you skipping ahead to prediction number 2.
Sorry.
I can tell you're
so excited.
We're going to talk about Starfield. But
yes.
on the Halo note,
yes.
Miranda, I know we were talking about this on regular Unlocked each and every week. Join us on Tuesdays. Campaign DLC. That's something you and I both want a lot.
Yes.
And the question is, what form would it take if and when we do get campaign DLC? Do you think we just stick with the Chief and sort of continue on with how Infinite ended, or do we dip into the audio logs and we know Blue Team's out there somewhere?
So my secret hope is that Blue Team's its entirely own game. It is separate, but it's like, because Halo Infinite is a platform,
right.
It's within that, but it's kind of takes like an ODST format where it's like a little bit of a different gameplay and a different experience with different characters. Chief is like alluded to, mentioned, obviously very important, but not really involved. And I think that would be ideal, but for the Halo Infinite DLC, I'd really like to see that be an expansion of the map that we already have. We know there's other regions we haven't explored, like it's a huge ring, right? So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that too.
Destin, give me a prediction for the new showcase here coming up.
Okay, so I'm going to swing for the fences if it's my
Please
turn.
do.
NetherRealm hasn't done anything in a little bit, and I have some dates written down. So MK10 was supported for about 2 years. MK11 was supported for about 2 years, with their final thing coming out around July 2021, their final DLC pack.
Okay.
There's also the Injustice angle to consider. With Injustice 3, we know Warner Brothers is already working on 2 superhero games based in the DC universe. So I think that after Sony revealing Street Fighter 6, it would be awesome to see NetherRealm on the Xbox stage revealing either a new Mortal Kombat or a new Injustice. I know I would lose it.
Oh, I like that. Well, I guess I'll stay grounded with Miranda and Stella here for a second, and I want to come back with Stella too, because I also have a Starfield prediction. Obviously, we're seeing it. That's like the easiest layup of all time. But what I'll say is I think it's going to be a long demo. Remember at the old Bethesda showcases before Microsoft bought them, they would do like 15, 20 minutes on whatever, like with Fallout 4, the year that came out. Fallout 76 got the same treatment. So I think we're going to get like 10 or 15 minutes of Starfield gameplay. I think it's just going to be this full full gameplay reveal for Starfield. Although I will say, I don't think we're going to get a release date yet. It just, since it was just delayed, it feels like it's probably too soon for them to nail down a new date that they'll be super confident in, but I would love to be wrong on that. All right, well, the Xbox and Bethesda showcase is minutes away, and we've got plenty more to discuss. But first, IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st. Let's take a look at the trailer.
Investigations are still ongoing into the failures of Operation Odin Sword.
Failed missions resulted in the death of 12 Navy SEALs.
Lieutenant Commander James Reese, can you outline the details of your mission?
They knew we were coming.
According to audio logs, you and Dark on comms roughly 4 mics in. Why?
That's not how it went down.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Headaches, paranoia, memory confusion. We're gonna get through this, okay?
Want to tell me what happened? Somebody fed us bad intel. It was a setup. If I'm right, we need to act on this. I need names.
If there's a connection to you and your men, I'll find it.
Answers or blood?
Blood.
Where's James Reese?
Is it true you're fugitive as a Navy SEAL?
There's a bunch of people tracking you right now, so just lay low.
I have 12 men flying home in caskets right now. This is personal. Oh, you wanted in on the fray. Now, you're in the battlefield. There's evil in this world, likes of which you can't possibly imagine.
James.
Take Lucy, get her out of the house now. I'm not gonna tell you again. Stay off my list.
Welcome back. Now, Microsoft has a massive stable of studios at this point under their wing, with seemingly more being purchased every day. But what do we think about some third-party game developers showing up in the presentation today? Destin, I'll go your way first here.
Well, I already talked about NetherRealm, so let me throw another one your way. There's IO Interactive.
Yes.
Now, we know they're working on Project 007. We've
James
seen,
Bond game.
We've seen, yep, a James Bond game. We've seen the GoldenEye remake achievements pop up for like the last year, again resurfacing recently, so that would be awesome if they remade GoldenEye. But there's also Project Dragon. Project Dragon is a code name that was revealed, I believe, by Jez Corden and reiterated by GameIndustry.biz. It's supposed to be a fantasy RPG that's built around dragons. Now,
sounds a little like a certain canceled Xbox game that fans
Scalebound,
clamored
right?
to see. Yeah.
Right. So I'm curious what that's all about, and I would love to see more about that and see that finally revealed in some aspect. But also with all the GoldenEye stuff, I think we get a little bit of an IO block, because they have just so many good IPs at their disposal.
A Bond block leading into an IO block?
Yeah.
Just a nice, smooth transition from GoldenEye remake into Project 007
I'll take
and Project Dragon. Yeah. Sounds like a good chunk of show. Stella?
Well, I don't know if this counts, but Overwatch 2, I mean, I played the beta and alpha, and we kind of got a little bit of news, but then nothing else after that, so kind of excited to see what else is going to come from that. And I know Microsoft just acquired them not too long ago, so very excited to
Acquisition pending regulatory approval. If the government says okay, they'll do it.
Yeah, but like fans have been waiting for anything to happen for Overwatch for so long, and I'm like, this is definitely the time. Like, if you don't do it now, people are going to lose hope for this franchise, and you have to do something.
Well, you love Overwatch on the Blizzard side. I love Diablo, and closed beta signups are live now, and Mike Ibarra, the head of Blizzard's just like tweeting about it. It wasn't a mistake. They did it on purpose. So it seems like Diablo 4 is highly likely for today as well, which so buckle up for me to gush about Diablo in post-show, because we will be live. Stick with us. Just watch the showcase, and then we're coming right back to the four of us to react to and analyze everything. So yeah, Diablo 4 will make me happy. Overwatch 2 will make you happy, and then we all win.
I like the little raccoon hands you just
Oh
have
yeah,
going on.
yeah, little Mr. Burns action. Miranda, give me another prediction.
We need something unexpected. Something that may have faded from your mind because it's been so long since they said anything. I think there's a lot of these smaller studios now that have like really awesome talent that's experienced, and they're like, we're forming our own thing. This one's a little different. So let's talk about Ghost Story games. So
yes.
They were announced, they are technically Irrational Games that made BioShock and scaled down to be Ghost Story games. So it was kind of their next evolution as a smaller focused team under Ken Levine. We have not heard anything from them officially about what they're doing with their studio since it was announced in 2017. If you look at their website, all they have is like, hey, you want BioShock merch? I'm like, yeah, but also I want a video game. So I think that would be something that would just, one, blow me away, but also I'm like hoping for it now. So I'm like, can I visualize this? Can I will this into existence? So the reason I think it would be perfect for the Xbox stage is because, if you guys don't remember, BioShock was actually limited time exclusive on the original.
A year.
On Xbox and for PC. So they did have some sort of relationship there, and I think that's something we could see for Xbox again.
Boy, do I hope you're right. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about it. That's a good shout, because BioShock Infinite was 2013. I reviewed it for IGN.
Has it been that long?
It's almost a decade since we've actually had something new from Ken Levine. I know there was DLC for Infinite. So
Yeah, this is different though. Yeah.
But boy, good call. I like that. Now, there's something I would like to will into existence, if I may. So I'm going to look straight into the camera, and I'm going to make this happen right now. Team Ninja, speaking of third-party developers that have excellent long-term relationships with Microsoft, Team Ninja, that relationship goes back to the original Xbox with Dead or Alive and the, at the time, remake of the old arcade NES game Ninja Gaiden, which only turned into one of the literal greatest action games of all time. We got Ninja Gaiden 2, also an Xbox exclusive on the 360, and then we got Ninja Gaiden 3, went multi-platform after Itagaki left. Well, they've been busy with Neo, which is an excellent, Soulsborne kind of game. But I think we haven't heard from Team Ninja in a while. Neo 2 was a while ago. I'm calling it now. I want to see a Ninja Gaiden reboot from Team Ninja, exclusive to Xbox, because why not? Why not have history repeat itself? It's one of the best. It's the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection is on Game Pass now, which that's another reason why I went with this, because it's like, is that a little breadcrumb? Is that a little clue that Ninja Gaiden's about to come back? So if you haven't played the old Ninja Gaiden games, it's on Game. All three of them are on Game Pass right now, and don't play now. Watch us now and watch the show later today.
Wow.
Get it downloaded. Have fun with it.
How about download it now?
Yeah.
You can let it download. It takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But watch us while you do it.
Yeah. Well, we've got a few more minutes, so.
Well, Ryan,
Stella,
I know.
Yeah, you've got more.
Well, yes, but also ever since I said that I would play Ninja Gaiden, I have gotten tweets and like people coming into my stream asking when I'm going to play, and I'm like, I just finished Dead Space, so maybe in a bit. But I mean, if they announce this, then would you suggest me play the original and then play the remake, or just play the?
Well, if there's a remake, it's probably not coming out for a while, right? It's probably only so. Yeah, start with Ninja Gaiden 1. It's still the best of all of them. Great game. Destin, I know. Swinging it back to first party for a second. Yeah. It's not even fair to call it a prediction, because the creative director, Josh Sawyer, extremely accomplished developer at Obsidian, one of the rockstar new studios at Microsoft. We're probably getting a new game from him today, aren't we?
Yeah, he's been teasing that it seems like they're going to have something at the showcase today, and that could be Avowed gameplay, or it could be Pentiment, which is a rumored game that we don't really know too much about, but that would be great to see. And one of his colleagues also seemed to allude to the fact that they've been working on this for 2 years and that they're really excited for people to actually see their project. So I would almost say absolutely we're going to see one of those projects on the stage. And selfishly, if I had my choice about what that secret project would be, it would be a remake of the original Fallout 1 and 2.
Oh, I like that.
I would adore that. And just like the commentary on culture with those two original games, it's just really fitting for the world we live in right now. So I would love to see those.
So we're under 90 seconds, as you can see. We've got the countdown up here. Miranda, you wanna crowbar in one more quick prediction?
Yes. Shout out to Doja Cat for playing Fusion Frenzy. I would love to see the return of Fusion Frenzy. I ask for it every year. I will continue to ask for it. Party games. Why not? They're great. They're so easy to get anybody into. I cannot tell you how many times I dragged other friends into playing video games because of Fusion Frenzy. So just be nice.
And there's the 1 versus 100 rumor, Miranda.
Yeah.
That would be a great party game.
Yeah, give us, I think it's just like a different kind of experience. You know?
Absolutely.
And if we're willing things into existence, I need to see 3 green lights and the Splinter Cell remake. So please, let's let that happen. All right, the countdown is on here, just about 30 seconds to go. The Xbox and Bethesda showcase is just about to kick off. Be sure to watch the whole show right here. Don't go anywhere, followed by a very special live episode of Podcast Unlocked, where we will break down all of the biggest news and trailer surprises. And so with that, Miranda, Stella, Destin, it has been so great to be back with all 3 of you, all in the same room for the first time in far too long. Here we go, 10 seconds. Have a good show, Xbox.
Bam, let's do it.
Has it, something's off at the church. There's blood in the baptismal font, and pastor's gone missing. And my genius plan was to investigate it. Alone. Of course. Don't stress, Layla. Oh, shit. What was that?
He is the truth in the darkness. He is the word in the shadow. I've seen the movement in the dark. I've seen the shadow. I see you.
Oh, Lord!
I'll bite out your heart.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Oh, shit, there's more! I got you!
Kiss your ass goodbye.
Jacob! Oh, thank God.
Come on, let's find the others and beat feet.
You know, Redfall used to look like it was straight out of a postcard. A picturesque island off the coast of Massachusetts. The bustling historic downtown, the seafront district, and the old lighthouse. Then, something happened. People started vanishing, and those who didn't sold out, big time. Fast forward, basically everyone's either a vampire, a cultist trying to become a vampire, or dead. And these aren't just trashy movie vampires. These monsters blocked out the sun and pushed back all the water, totally cut us off from the outside world. Gotta admit though, if I have to be stuck on an island full of vampires, I'm glad it's with y'all.
Feelings mutual, I guess.
Aw, thanks, Jacob. We've also got Remy, our engineer genius, and her little robot buddy. She means you, Who's a good robot? Who's the best robot? And our resident expert on all things creepy.
I prefer the term cryptozoologist, but to each their own.
Last but not least, yours truly. I have these weird powers.
We've been digging for answers but haven't found much beyond blood and death. Luckily, the vampires and their sycophants aren't discreet about where they like to nest. I'd bet the answers we need are inside those tourist traps turned fortresses.
Spotted some bloodsuckers in their fan club near the festival grounds. Let's start there. Ghosting out.
Cultists. Could go straight at him, or just slip past.
Let's just get this done. On my mark. Oh shit, blood bag! They know we're here. Look alive!
This one is mine. Going up.
My cryptid hunter's intuition tells me there's a nest nearby.
Your what?
Jeff, that's not a thing.
Found something.
Oh, now I simply must go in there.
What is that? Where does it go?
Some kind of collective consciousness.
That's impossible.
There's the movie theater. I used to come here all the time. Why'd they have to mess this up for me? Ah, shit.
Look alive. It'll collapse any second.
Run!
Trying to stop him!
What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. I should have been feeling in the neighborhood. I know all the little grannies wanna sip they tea. Ain't too cold, I'm parching in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip that monologue and an argument. I'm like,
here trying to start a
Selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away!
Oh yeah, that's one of my children. They die fast. Don't worry, it's easy to make more. Hey there! I'm knifey! Stab! Stab! Yes! More! More! I need more stabbing!
Everyone, fight each other!
Okay. Now I can.
Welcome to the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase. Today, we're doing something we've never done before. For the first time ever, our entire show is focused on games you can play over the next 12 months. You're gonna see more gameplay than we've ever had in a show. Industry-defining racing experiences, gripping narratives, compelling strategy titles, and my favorite, the most anticipated open-world RPG of the last 20 years. All playable in the year ahead. And the best part is, with the Xbox, you'll be able to play those games in more ways than ever before. You can play on your console, PC, or on the go with Xbox Cloud Gaming. You can play with who you want, where you want, and when you want. Today, we're gonna show you more than 30 titles that are coming to Game Pass, and that is on top of the hundreds of titles coming to members over the next year. Our next announcement shows that the benefits of Game Pass go well beyond the console. We are thrilled to be working with an iconic team that has built some of the most played, most watched franchises in the entire world. And now, all Game Pass members will be able to unlock the benefits for these incredible games on PC and mobile.
For over a decade, players have created a thriving culture of competition and creativity around our games. From clutch plays with friends, to unforgettable moments in esports, to amazing creations that have blown our minds, our community has continually taken Riot Games to new heights. Today, we're proud to invite the Xbox community into that world. We're bringing our biggest PC and mobile games to Game Pass. Subscribers will unlock every champion on League and Wild Rift, all Valorant agents, select cards in Legends of Runeterra, and little legends in Teamfight Tactics. And that's just the start. Thank you for coming on this journey with us, and welcome to Riot Games.
Home sweet home.
Should we show them how we do it every day?
Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' swerve, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. 당겨봐 your mark 'cause I'm better than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 보니, but all of my numbers are talking back. 부르마 본 message monopoly. 넌 종이 돌리나 불만이 필요 없대. 너네들이만 내 맘을 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못 떼, 못 그래 너도 그래 'cause I got it different.
I'm sorry, Amicia. For Hugo.
He's not dead yet.
The macula's not just in Hugo's blood. It concerns everybody. And it can change everything.
No!
No.
Rotten flesh.
Remember, no more killing soldiers. No more killing us.
Look out! There's a killer around here! One of our men has been murdered!
You're only making it worse!
Amicia, don't! I'm tired of being afraid. I'll show them that it's over.
Finally!
See? They're nothing! Nothing to be scared of! No!
You are not them.
What is wrong with me? Hugo!
Amicia!
Come on. Do it! Quick!
Myself, my name is O, H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OZ. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROCO. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music man's #1 supplier. Flying in a piece of paper bearing my name. Got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. That's right, not DOC, but similar to them letters. No one can do it better. You can blame Sean, but I ain't invent the game. I just rolled the dice trying to get some change. I done came through the block, but I ain't invent the game. Still alive, it's in my veins. Only God can check me. Only God can check me, so I'm gone.
Forza Motorsport is back. I'm Dan Greenwald, GM of Motorsport, and I'm joined by Chris Sasaki, Creative Director at Turn 10. Forza is known for its photoreal beauty and state-of-the-art immersion. Built from the ground up to showcase the Xbox Series X and S consoles, including techniques like real-time ray tracing on track. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made.
Today, we're excited to show you the all-new Forza Motorsport. Welcome to Maple Valley. This track has been a fan favorite since the original Motorsport launched back in 2005. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day brings Maple Valley to life in stunning detail. What you are seeing is an in-engine gameplay demo presented using a single camera with no cuts. Let's jump in with the M8. We've completely overhauled the driving experience. This includes a 48 times improvement in the fidelity of our physics simulation. Let's advance time of day here and look at the world details. Everything you see is new. and has been captured with photogrammetry and 3D material scans. Advanced rendering and procedural generation techniques bring a new level of realism to the track. Here you can see the beautiful fall colors of Maple Valley. The grass, rocks, 3D vegetation, skies and clouds, they all demonstrate a generational leap in beauty and detail. Let's advance time again. You are looking at our all-new dynamic time of day. This is a fundamental system to the new Forza Motorsport, and like weather, is available on every track. These new simulation details add further depth, drama, and dynamics to the racing experience. In addition to our dynamic time of day, Forward Plus lighting and physically based lights come together to deepen the realism and immersion in the world. Changes in the time of day also change ambient temperatures, which affect track surface temps. Grip is also affected by these track temp changes, rubbering in, and of course, weather. Let's head to the pits. We've added features that players have been asking for. Tire and fuel management, multiple tire compounds, and new depth in car building create the ultimate racing playset. Advanced materials and shaders, paired with ray tracing, bring out incredible detail in the gold heat wrap, anodized aluminum, and carbon fiber. Engine bays, with their complex self-reflection, is a place where ray tracing really shines. Car damage is a racing reality. In Forza Motorsport, car damage is reproduced down to the individual scratches on the bodywork. You can see here some of the new details in the directionality of damage, how the paint peels away at exposed and raised edges, in the wheel abrasions, and even in the dirt buildup. Using the power of the Xbox Series X and S consoles, ray tracing makes everything feel more connected. Cars reflecting onto other cars. Cars reflect in their own mirrors, bodywork, brake rotors, and wings. Things just feel more natural, more real. We believe that the accuracy of our overhauled physics, the beauty of our cars and tracks, our new dynamic time of day, advanced car damage, and real-time ray tracing on track lead to a generational leap in immersion. This is the all-new Forza Motorsport.
finds Tracer. She's like, Chisna, the cavalry's here. You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Before me, I see the future. Human. Machine.
You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end. But a new one is right around the corner.
Hammer strike!
I am your queen! Let's take him to the wasteland!
One punch is all I need.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
I cannot wait to push. Draw.
Yippee-ki-yay!
Boom, baby!
Check me out.
Do something!
Get in there.
It takes a team to tango.
Surprise! You'll like this one.
1, 2, 3, 4!
No wastelander has ever made it to the reckoning before. But here I am. A free-for-all with 0 rules. And the survivor gets the throne.
Welcome back, Chunkajack.
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
History is filled with moments of greatness. Some well-known, some lost to time. But what about the history that could have been if you were its architect? How would you reshape the world? What new stories would you tell? And when your people speak, would you listen? How would you lead them in this new world? History is filled with moments of greatness, but these will be yours.
It's good to be here, celebrating what's going to be our biggest year yet. That includes a few of the projects being developed across Bethesda's 8 studios, starting with Redfall, and the world's first look at gameplay earlier in the show. Redfall is from the studio that brought us Dishonored and Prey, It's got so much of Arcane's DNA coursing through its veins. Compelling heroes, open world campaign, deep customization. Solo or with friends, we can't wait for you to play Redfall when it releases early next year. If you're looking for something to sink your teeth into right now, we've got the Elder Scrolls Online, where you can adventure alongside one of the biggest and most welcoming communities in gaming. This year, ZeniMax Online Studios is taking you somewhere that has never been explored in any Elder Scrolls game. The Elder Scrolls Online High Isle comes to Xbox next week.
For generations, the Breton elite have lived in safety and comfort. But now, the embers of dissent glow beneath the pomp and circumstance. And whispers of a sinister plot stoke the flames of war. At the heart of the conflagration sits the Ascendant Lord. The legacy of the Bretons must be protected.
Fallout turns 25 this year. As we celebrate the legacy of this storied franchise, Bethesda Game Studios takes Fallout 76 players out of Appalachia for the first time and returns to a beloved location. Expeditions The Pit is coming this September.
Come in. I'm calling you. If you're hearing this, we need your help. Anyone, anywhere. If you're receiving this, and you're brave enough, come join us at the Pit.
Your arrival's the first good news we've had in a while. It might not look like much. This place is our home, and together, we can take it back. From these rad-worshipping fanatics.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, let's go downtown. So maybe I'll see you there. We can forget all our troubles, forget all our cares. So go downtown. Things will be great when you're down. Wait a minute more downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
Bethesda Game Studios has been busy, and not just with Fallout 76. After defining the role-playing genre with hits like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4, they're going even bigger with Starfield. Later in the show, my good friend Todd Howard will be here to reveal more of their next epic RPG.
My dad tells stories of a terrible war that happened across the sky. Heroes fought and died to give us a chance to start over. All that I know from their Earth are the creatures they sent along with us. And here on Arat, every day is a fight to survive. But if anyone can tame this new world, we can.
When the gods first emerged from the great below, we saw them as saviors. Instead, they unleashed a pestilence on our world. No one yet knows if you can kill a god. I, for one, intend to find out.
Legends hold great power. They are the dreams we weave into our shared story. Some legends tell of peace and the beauty of simplicity. Some tell of danger and the end of all things. But the legends we hold dearest are legends of hope, of creativity, and of bravery. And friendships that change the world forever. This is the legend of a united overworld. United by you.
First arrived. You made quite the entrance. You wanted to make a new life for yourself. While you explored, you uncovered a mystery. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this. Together.
anyone here?
Anguish fills this residence, Benedict.
I got a bad feeling about this. Since I found the first piece, there must be more. That's him. My father.
I can guide you through his memories. We're close. Don't let your fright hold you back now.
It is good to see you, you old devil.
Pull yourself together, Benedict.
Bonjour everyone. I am excited to be here today to tell you more about Interior Night's first original creation, As Dusk Falls. It started with the desire to create a deep interactive experience all levels of players can enjoy together. Because stories are brilliant, universal tools that help us understand the heartbreaking beauty of life. This game is an uncompromising tale of family, resilience, and sacrifice, written like a prestige TV show with a unique motion graphic novel style that triggers the imagination. This is an interactive story powered by video games that gives you agency over the lives of far from perfect human beings. This is a thought-provoking experience you can play with people you love, discover insights about each other, and create shared memories. As Dusk Falls is an emotional experience that we hope will leave a mark with everyone who plays it.
For most people, Turok is just a pit stop.
Wasn't taking the scenic route your idea?
But for us, it felt like a trap.
There's enough cash in that safe to put the last few weeks behind us. On the ground, now!
You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We'd been in the wrong place forever.
Sometimes doing the right thing is doing the wrong thing.
I've got eyes on two hostages.
None of us escaped that night.
It's okay.
Even those of us who made it out alive.
Stop! Why are you following me?
We've taken very different paths in life. But they all lead back to Turok.
Get rid of the cop.
Hey there.
Evening. Hey, Sam.
Say, you haven't seen three fellas in a blue pickup, have you?
Nope. Been here all day.
How you liking the Desert Dream?
Oh, can't complain.
Can I ask what brings you to Turok?
Kids, are you ready for a new wild and wacky fruit flavor? Introducing Apricot. Stop by. Make sure you get your Billy Hog hot dog.
Special breaking report. More local teenagers have gone missing. This could be linked to the disturbing trend of missing teenagers from our otherwise quiet town. If anyone has seen the teenagers or has any other information, please contact the police department.
Hello, micro friends. Great news! Virgil knows you might be a little homesick, but that can be repaired. First, you will need to survive the yard against terrifying insects and treacherous wastelands. Unfortunately, my memory chip is a little rusty. But with a little maintenance, we can unravel why you are here. Before someone or something terminates your tiny existence. Good luck!
Helios. They search for someone who does not exist. The Shadow. The forgotten child of a scattered race. Lost until now. Now they have awakened the Erebon. Now they have awakened me. But I am not their hope. I am their reckoning. They will not drag me into their light. Their light is a lie.
I speak now to those who heed a darker call. Those bold enough to cross the line of sin for deeper knowledge, who follow an unquenchable yearning, born of blood and bone. To unlock the forbidden secrets and foulest black rituals, calling forth life from death.
My family, my soul.
To truly embrace this power, You must take it into the world. And you will be shunned, scorned, marked as a living sacrifice to this profane knowledge. You will be a priest of Rathma, a necromancer. And you will not confront the darkness alone. We are the speakers of the dead, and the dead have no mercy.
I'm very excited to announce our 5th and final class, the Necromancer, a commander of the undead who joins the other iconic classes around the campfire in Diablo 4. These include the mighty barbarian, the elemental sorceress, the crafty rogue, and the powerful druid. And you'll want them because the demon Lilith, the daughter of hatred, has returned and spreading corruption and evil as she fights to reclaim our dark Gothic world as her own. And it's up to you to stop her. Now, Diablo 4 is the culmination of the 25-year history of the franchise, building on top of the best of what's come before with some, unique twists all its own. So let's dig a little deeper by watching, for the first time I might add, some Xbox Series X gameplay, while hearing from a few of the many people behind the game.
Diablo 4 is the next generation of action RPG, melding monster slaying and loot collecting with a fully realized open world.
It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
It takes all of the pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all of the new features that people really love and appreciate in modern games. Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo 4.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play.
It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
Everything feels very powerful and fun.
One of the really cool things about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo 4 is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a space that begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
the evil in this place has been cleansed.
It now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon. There's a whole bunch of rewards that you get, and you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back any moment.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world and then a local event will pop up and you can choose to participate in it or get a group together and just wail on these giant world bosses.
These are events that take a lot of people and you really have to work together.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play couch co-op. 2 people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people. But you're also opening yourself up to being swung at.
If you're like really, really good, the game actually marks you as like a champion on the map. You basically become a loot pinata and everyone wants to chase you down.
The last story mission is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards, every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
couch co-op,
endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
That were free to those who sailed the sea, though there's always more potential within. And as this song will spell out, there's plenty to sing about. Now that you can finally be a captain, can you imagine owning your own ship, decorated with what you acquire? Then to satisfy your vanity, as long as there's no profanity, you can name it just how you desire. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, there's boatloads of new features we proclaim. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, that's why we really think that you should play this game.
And it's available with Xbox Game Pass, of course.
Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, adventure will come knocking on your door. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, and you'll be amazed at what we have in store. The choice is yours, whatever captain you may be. Whether that's gold looting, no-scope shooting, robot racing, or embracing, everybody's welcome in this game. So come set sail as a pirate captain. Our time is almost up, so as we leave, if you want to be a pirate captain, come do it in Season 7 to Sea of Thieves.
Japan is the home to some of the most talented and well-known game creators anywhere in the world. We're thrilled to be working with Koei Tecmo to bring Wolong Fallen Dynasty to Game Pass day one. I'm also excited to be working with Team Ninja, who has a long history of building incredible action games for Xbox, and it's great to be working with them once again. We know how important it is to our fans to continue to bring more Japanese franchises to Xbox. I'm excited to announce the return of one of the most highly requested and beloved franchises to Xbox from our partners at Atlas. Now, I'm excited to announce a special partnership between Xbox Game Studios and one of the greatest creative minds and innovators in our industry, someone that I have admired for many years. Today, I'm pleased to share we will be working together to create a brand new experience like we've never seen before.
Thank you, Phil. こんにちは、小島秀夫です。ずっと作りたかったゲームがあります。それは誰も体験したことも見たこともない全く新しいものです。それが作れる日が来るのをずっと待っておりました。マイクロソフトの最先端クラウドテクノロジーと市場の変化によってその未知なる構想への挑戦がようやく可能となりました。少し時間はかかるかもしれませんが、これから、Xbox ゲームスタジオと提携し、皆さんに喜んでいただけるニュースをお届けしていきたいと思います。ご期待ください。
Thank you, Kojima-san. We're thrilled to have Kojima Productions working with our teams at Xbox Game Studios. Today, for the first time ever, we have focused on showing you games that you can play over the next 12 months. Today's show celebrates a diverse lineup of global game creators of all sizes who bring with them unlimited potential. Games from these creators will be coming to Game Pass every single month, including Naraka Blade Point, As Dusk Falls, A Plague Tale Requiem, Pentiment, Persona 5 Royale, Somerville, and Scorn, just to name a few. And we start 2023 with the launches of some of the most anticipated titles from the teams at Xbox and Bethesda: Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Starfield, Forza Motorsport, and more. This has been an incredible year as we achieved record growth across console and Game Pass, with millions of people playing our games every single day. And we have you to thank for that. Whether that's new players joining us through Xbox Cloud Gaming or our longest fans playing on Xbox and PC, We could not have done this without you. A year ago, we welcomed the talented studios at Bethesda Softworks to Xbox. Their teams have been hard at work, bringing their franchises to Game Pass, shipping updates to their games, and building new experiences for you to enjoy. We know that everyone has been eager to see Starfield. Our show today has highlighted gameplay, so it's only fitting that we end it with an extended first look at one of the most anticipated games in Xbox history. This is Starfield.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today. We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon of Crete.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction. It would appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
Hey, there you are. We've got company. Opening fire. Take that guy down, huh? Fall back. You're gonna pay for that!
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
The new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet!
Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agree to work for UCC staff, and together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story, it's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this. It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs, from engines to shields to weapon systems, because yes, you can fly it.
Thrusters boosted.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land into Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
from Bethesda Showcase right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Once again, I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox Show Podcast Unlocked. And for the next hour, or maybe even a little more, we're going to be recapping everything we just saw. There was a lot. I am joined once again by my fellow Unlocked panelists, Miranda Sanchez, Stella Chung, and Destin Legary. Let's start there. We finally got to see Starfield. I mean, let's just continue where the showcase left off. This game has been such a long time coming. We still don't have a date yet, which is what I thought in the pre-show, that we wouldn't quite get a new date yet. But this game looks enormous. Destin, I want to start with you. We were all sort of chattering throughout that, and there's a little bit of one common theme.
Yeah, reminded me a lot of No Man's Sky.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed No Man's Sky, being able to travel to all the different planets. And they said 100 systems. So let's say each of those systems has 3 locations. That's 300 destinations that you can go to in Starfield. I really enjoyed the space combat, but it did seem like there were some optimization issues with the game, which explains the delay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Stella, the scope there that Todd Howard kind of wanted to drop the mic at the end is like, oh, you're wondering how big this game is? Let me show you how big this game is.
Yeah, I saw the system that you start out, and I was like, oh, that's not too bad. And then they kept expanding and expanding. I was like, please stop, like that's enough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got Starfield. I'm glad we got it. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I feel a little bit disappointed. I think that is actually, I've had time to process my feelings, and I think I do feel a little bit disappointed. It looks gorgeous, like the environments look great, but I think I'm not a huge fan of how the enemy health bars look. Am I allowed to get picky about
I mean, I guess it's what they showed. We've got plenty of time. Okay. We're going to talk at Starfield for a while before we get to the rest of everything.
Okay, cool,
so
yeah.
Dig in.
I don't like the way that they do the enemy health bars. I don't know if it's like the overlay or the colors that they picked, but I feel like it kind of takes me out of the whole combat experience.
Would you want to turn that off on the HUD if you can?
Maybe, or have it be kind of like a line at the top instead of it being like a solid bar right above the enemy.
Right.
For some reason, that kind of just takes me out of it. I think everything looks really cool with the new environments, the new cities. I love that look. I know we were talking about the hub world kind of reminding us of Mass Effect, which is what we love. I genuinely hope this story is good and compelling, which I loved Fallout 4's story, got completely engrossed in it, so I'm hopeful. But after seeing gameplay, I'm just like, the story better be good for me.
And on that note, like, they didn't really focus on storytelling at all, and that's like the main hook for games like Fallout, for games like Elder Scrolls.
They had a little bit there. I think it was also hard for us to hear in the studio, just so everybody knows. We were watching like on a screen that's very far away, and we're like blasting the sound, and we can try to hear it. But they did talk a little bit about it as far as like those artifacts that they're trying to find and the exploration, and then you sort of had like an allusion to the different factions of like, oh, we don't actually want to go out and fight and just kill a bunch of people, or like, oh, these people over here are like straight up just pirates, you know? Mm-hmm. So I think there was like a touch of it, but it wasn't necessarily the focus, to your point.
What I wanted was a hook. Like, why am I as a character interested in investing in any of these factions? Because we've known about the factions, we've known about New Atlantis and these locations, and a brief bit of lore about each, but what's that narrative hook that's going to get you to go out and go explore?
See, I would counter. I'm much more bullish on this. I'm going to talk more about this game later, but this made me very, very happy.
I think we're like the table is split.
Yeah,
me and you. I am so excited for what they showed.
And let me tell you, Destin. So what I would say is not that I don't want a great narrative, and I hope that's in there, but. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion is one of my favorite games of all time. I love Skyrim too, but Oblivion is just near and dear to my heart. And the first time I played through it, I sort of went through the story slowly and kind of just picked and chose as I went on. But then when I did a replay, I blew through the story first because I thought the story was the least awesome part of that game, and the open world stuff in Cyrodiil and Oblivion was the best part of the game, and it still was a 9 or 10 out of 10 video game for me, even without the strongest narrative necessarily. So yeah, I agree, we didn't get necessarily a sense of what the story actually is here, but based on what's been shown off, I mean, the sense of scale and exploration, I mean, to me this, Miranda, I want to hear more from you on this. To me, this was like not only an amalgamation of every Todd Howard game that's ever been made, both on the Fallout and on the Elder Scrolls side, but certainly some newer influences like No Man's Sky as well. And to me, it all came together into really a wondrous thing, which is wonder is what I want out of a Todd Howard Bethesda game.
I think too, like, yes, the story, the factions of people, they're really important, but one of the things I've always really loved about Fallout is that sense of exploration and that ownership in that exploration. Like, this is my story, these are my weapons, this is my dog, we're going out, we're gonna go build a town, and it's gonna be cute. Or, you know, plates are gonna fall through the table, who knows, but hopefully they don't. And when we were watching, I was like, man, I hope they bring certain elements to this, because, you know, they could start fresh. They could just change a bunch of mechanics. They don't necessarily have to bring things forward. But I was like, you know, I hope we still have like that base kind of community setup. I really like that. I know it isn't like the biggest thing for everybody in Fallout 4, but for me, I just really liked having that sort of extra layer of like, this is a place I want to protect, and it's important to me for a very specific reason. And I got to put that together. I got to have like a space in the wasteland for me and my people. And with this, when they're like, all right, you get to set up, you know, your bases, your stations, and I was like, oh, okay, that's great. And they're like, also your spaceships, and I was like, wow.
Well, you were calling it out, but in the middle of the presentation, you were like, I hope that I can build my own house, and then here comes the settlement builder.
Yeah, I think especially because it's not just, you know, making something that makes sense as far as like a mining facility that's going to continue getting your resources for research. Like, there's all these aspects, like, even though it's like, yeah, I want to play house, but no, like, this has a very firm use, and it's not just about having a cool town. It's about having a town that does something for you. It's like, you're putting people, like, giving them work to do to help, like, further your research and further your exploration. I think that's so cool. And then, of course, the spaceship part, I was like, oh, maybe you could just, like, customize your cabin. No. You build your spaceship. You do everything, which was just another layer that I was really surprised to see.
I will say, I'm hoping that the spaceship combat stuff isn't as shallow as like the Mako and Mass Effect 1, where it's like you just kind of do it a few times and they're like, all right, I'm bored with this, I never want to do it again. But speaking of Mass Effect Destin, there were definitely some Mass Effect-y echoes. You're IGN's resident Mass Effect super fan.
Yeah, I mean, like with the spaceship exploration, I suppose, or what are you alluding to?
Well, the city that they touched down in very much gave me a Mass Effect vibe.
Yeah, so I believe that's the area of the world where they describe it as more political, and you're trying to like play nice with everybody in the universe. And then New Atlantis, I believe, is the name of the location. There's another location where they're actually farming psychotropic fish or something like that and selling drugs. So I want to like get into the seedier area of this game. I know there's going to be narrative hooks in the game, right? Like they've alluded to it enough. So I'm excited about that aspect. But also the spaceship stuff you talked about, that actually has me quite intrigued, because I want to make the exact spaceship how I want to make it, and I think it's going to help you with your combat, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm hoping we get like a little lamplight moment, you know, in Fallout. It's just, I think just finding something weird, like something that's like, what is happening here, and getting to dig into that through space. Like, even if it's not on a planet, I think that the exploration thing is, you guys, I lead the guides team here at IGN, and we're going to be very busy. But I think just seeing like, okay, well, what is there? Like, what is there to miss? Like, how much in depth are these like different systems going to have? Like, what are the stories that we could find? There isn't more about resources. But I think they had like Todd Howard gave a very good explanation of like, oh, well, this is the Goldilocks planet. Like, this is where everybody is, but this one's just about resources. So I think having that sort of as an idea of like, okay, well, peppered here and there are things for you to find. But the question, of course, is how much is that throughout everything, and how weird is it going to get? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's really funny, because in Fallout 4, you could explore that fallen spaceship, and now you're literally in space, so what do you do? It's not like aliens are a weird thing, so yeah, hopefully there's something cool to discover. I love all the customization stuff. I love that. I know that there is going to be a story that is probably going to be good, but I just want to know more information on it, because I'm like, why am I motivated to protect this, you know, this civilization that I'm creating? Why am I motivated to build a spaceship to go out even further? I am so afraid that they are doing a little bit too much, and not everything will be done well, because there's just so much to this game, and I'm like, I want this to do well. I want this to be fun. I want it to be good. And every time they showed something new, I'm like, that is a lot. That's going to be a lot to handle. Please take your time on this game.
I understand that concern, because I think as gamers we have that about a lot of big anticipated games. But I guess what I would say to hopefully put your mind at ease and hopefully proves true is, remember, this is Todd Howard and the Bethesda Game Studios team have been working on this for going on now 7 years, because Fallout 4 was 2015. And yes, they sort of chipped in on Fallout 76, but that wasn't their game. That was out of Texas. So this has been a long, like they've had ample time to make all of those things good, as you're saying. And Destin, I know you were mentioning the faction stuff before. Like that could potentially be some of the best parts of this game. Like if you go back again to Oblivion, my favorite Todd Howard game, all of the faction quests were the best stuff, like the Fighters Guild, Thieves Guild, the Dark Brotherhood, those were arguably some of the best quests in that game. So, we could be going into those seedier alleys, space alleys in this game.
Well, I mean, just to be really straightforward here, I think because I'm able to draw so many correlations to No Man's Sky, it's detract from that. If No Man's Sky didn't exist, I would be blown away by the concept of this game and what is possible here. But the fact that he uses a mining laser on a rock, and I put so much time into No Man's Sky, and then there's space combat, I'm like, okay, I've done that, and I've done this, but it's a prettier version of what that product was with, a storytelling element, and that's why I think the storytelling is so important.
I agree. I mean, but as awesome as No Man's Sky has become over the years with Sean Murray and the Hello Games team building it up, a fleshed out role-playing version of that with like a whole thick RPG layer on top wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No. Yeah. We should also talk about the character creation, because I really liked how that was looking. I actually want to go and see how they scrub through all the options, because whenever there's a slider for presents, I'm always like, all right, how much do you actually have here? Is it just like 7 options? Is this like 100 options? So I think that's pretty cool, being able to make your character, but I really loved the personality bits. So it's like your background, like we saw like a whole list of them. It's like, oh, you're a diplomat. Oh, you're... and then like in that you get to choose your traits. It's like, oh, I'm an introvert. And I'm like, what? Introvert in space. Like, of course, but also it's just, I think, really funny to see that.
Yeah, I don't know if we could, there, right there, if we can, I don't know if we can pause on this, but look at this, beast hunter, bouncer, all these professions, bounty hunter, chef, there were so many different things, and I love that feeds into sort of your starting skills. It does seem like,
well, it feels like there's
so much cool stuff in here.
It feels like a repurposing of the special system and the perk system from the Fallout franchise, but obviously with space themes. So like a chef, I'm guessing, is going to make more health potions, right? Or food
crafting.
Options, that restores more health. I'm really curious to go through and pause all of these and see what each does. I think it'd be really cool if they let you build these out on the website or something soon. I think that would be sort of a fun thing to do ahead of the gaming.
Kind of like what Saints Row has let people do. Yeah, that would be super cool.
That would be wise. It does seem like, based on those character creation screens, that there aren't going to be a lot of duplicate characters at all. Like your friends aren't going to have the same character you have. And I'm not even talking about appearance. I'm talking about like skills and traits and the professions and such.
Well, somebody will figure out the optimal strategy, and so there will probably
part
be
of the
duplicates
fun.
of those builds.
Well, we need to take a quick break, but there is plenty more Xbox and Bethesda news to go over when we get back. So, Podcast Unlocked on IGN Summer of Gaming will be back right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
Return to Enoch in the brand new Outriders World Slayer. Either continue your Outriders save file or jump in fresh with the level 30 boost. Here's a sneak peek of what to expect.
Welcome back to Podcast Unlocked, coverage of the Microsoft and Bethesda showcase. Now, we got lots of great reveals and announcements today. One of the biggest one broke the rule of the entire show of, oh, this is the next 12 months of Xbox. There was one thing at the end that wasn't, and that was Hideo Kojima. Stella, this is a big, it's Xbox fans have been wanting to see Kojima on their platform for a long time. We don't know anything about the video game yet, but what do you, what could this possibly, it's going to be a while. We know that much.
It's going to be more spooky stuff, so yay. But I'm really excited. It's been really good to see Kojima just kind of lean into his full creative mind, and he seems really excited to be working on his next project. So honestly, whatever announcements slowly come out, I hope they come out on his terms and aren't leaks, and he gets to take his time and fully create what it is that he's envisioning, because I want to be able to see what he's going to create. He has such an interesting mind that I want to be able to see what he's creating in the format that he wants to reveal it.
Destin, we have a code name for this, do we not, that leaked?
I don't remember the code name.
Overdose, correct?
Yes, Overdose,
yes.
You're right. But I do find it interesting that he brings up the cloud aspect at Microsoft, because Microsoft has really been working on their cloud technology, and the long-running rumor was that Kojima and Kim Swift, who helped work on the Google Stadia platform, are partnering.
And Portal before that, by the way.
And created Portal, of course. Yeah, are partnering to develop whatever this new project is. So he does admit that it's going to take some time, but being on the Xbox stage and saying I'm making a whole new thing with Microsoft as a partner is a big deal, because Kojima has traditionally been associated with Sony PlayStation.
Right. Miranda, this is Kojima's at the point in his career that he's earned where you don't give him notes. He just has an idea and he runs with it. So, it's hard it's impossible to predict what this project could even be.
Yes, I will say, I hope the promotion cycle for this is similar to Death Stranding, because it was just very, interesting in a fun way, right? Like I felt like every time that there was some sort of trailer or information drop, it was something to dissect and to decipher and to figure out like exactly what's happening. And then when we got the game itself, it was something that was really unique, honestly. Like I think, the Strand game, right? Like the idea of like, oh, you're playing through this game, but you have echoes of literally other people's like platforms or structures like bleeding into yours, and they can like throw you health packs and boss fights. I really enjoyed Death Stranding. And so I'm excited to see what Kojima sees in the potential for cloud. Like I'm obviously a game developer, and I think there's a lot that we've seen as far as like concepts and ideas for cloud gaming. And so I'm even more curious to see what he wants to accomplish that with a really great team behind him as well.
Well, Kojima's last appearance on the Xbox platform was Metal Gear Solid 5.
Mhm.
So by the time this game comes out, it'll probably have been a decade since Xbox gamers last got to spend some time with a Kojima creation. So a big thing we talked about in the pre-show was what does Xbox have any big exclusives for 2022? Thankfully, we now have a list, and I thought it would be good to come full circle here and focus on that list. And I appreciate our behind-the-scenes team pulling up. Phil Spencer brought this graphic up, and I just it went right by. So I'm glad we can just stare at this for a minute. Of course, the monitor's too far away for me to read that.
Can't read it.
But there was one there. Thank you. Oh, one of our great production team we have.
Not all exclusive.
Correct.
Yeah. But the game on this, so I want to hit the highlights. Although the one when this screen did come up that jumped out at me was Somerville, because that's from some of the creators of Limbo and Inside. And we had a Somerville trailer on the Xbox Showcase last year. So if you're not familiar with it, just go dig that up after the show, and you'll see, oh yeah, this looks really good. But the highlights, so 2022 big stuff for meaning exclusive on Xbox. We have High on Life, which that was one of my favorite things of this entire show, Justin Roiland.
Yes. I'm so excited.
I had when I saw it, I was like, oh, it's like the Rick and Morty thing. Oh, okay, it could be cool. I watched a few seasons of that. I liked it. It's just so weird. I love it. It just screams creativity, and also the guns are kind of maybe screaming at you too, and that's I'm fine with that.
Destin, it's a comedy first-person shooter, which there aren't a lot of those that exist.
At first, I was like, oh, I'm not really going to be into this. But as the trailer went on, I'm like, okay, the guns are sort of funny. Like, there's some humor there. It's really gory. It's weird, but fun. And I came away, surprisingly, having it as a notable game on my list of games that I enjoyed.
The art direction on this is fantastic. It's Unreal Engine. It's Justin Roiland's sense of humor, which I just have I've always vibed with. I think his stuff is hilarious. So, and that's out this year, and that is a console exclusive on Xbox. So that was a good one. And then we already know about, it wasn't in the showcase, but Warhammer 40K Darktide.
Oh yeah.
Which
so exciting.
I have a preview of that hitting IGN. I think it's tomorrow. So we've got that in September. Now, Destin, A Plague Tale Requiem. Yes. That's another one that it's been kind of quiet for a bit, but it's out this year.
Yeah, Plague Tale is out on Xbox Game Pass if you want to play through the original, and it looks like this is a sequel that takes place a few years later. And I really, really enjoyed the first one. I'm excited to see how they're focusing on stealth this time around, forcing you to creep in the shadows a little bit more, but you actually have more abilities. You've learned a lot from the first game. And we have seen already that there are much more open areas that you're going to be exploring. And it is definitely one that has been on my list to keep an eye on. And I'm really happy that it's coming to Game Pass day one.
Also in 2022 on Xbox, a bunch of DLC. So the next Flight Sim expansion, which looked gorgeous. The Hot Wheels DLC for Forza Horizon 5, yes.
Fun.
The Pit for Fallout 76. The Season 7 of Sea of Thieves. But Miranda, another back to the list of full games.
Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't bring this one up with you specifically because I know how much you love disgusting body horror, gross games like Scorn, which we got a date for October 21st.
You see, I don't mind body horror, but with Scorn, you can hear, without even listening, you can hear the slurping and gurgling of weird things. It's like macaroni gone wrong. I don't know. There's just something about it.
We were all grossed out at this scene. It's like pulling out the gross umbilical thing.
No, I don't know. It's just something very specific about how this is designed. Like a body horror, that's cool. Gore, great. It's fine. I'm fine. Anyway, but this one in particular, there's just something about how it's designed is a little. It's
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a lot,
Seems
you know?
totally fine.
You know what I'm saying? It looks
Yeah.
so cool. Like, I love the designs in this. The gun
It's
reload
impressive.
animations are so cool.
Yeah.
Like,
Smart,
you
smart.
stroke it gently and it reloads, and you're just like, oh, yeah, give me that fleshy reload. Let's go.
They had a concept and they went for it.
Yeah.
I feel like
Oh
I have
my
to like
God.
wash my hands.
And it is disgusting.
I think that just got clipped out and like put on the internet.
I hope so. Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, so Scorn, remember, was in the original May 2020 third-party Xbox next-gen showcase. It was one of the first next-gen Xbox games that got announced, and it's now 2 more years finally coming along. So yeah, it's gooey, it's gross, it's H.R. Geiger-esque, and it's Miranda Sanchez's Game of the Year 2022. We're calling
They
it right
finally
now.
put a date on it. Thank
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, and it's
October
perfect. You know,
21st.
it's right in time for Halloween. It's
Yeah.
a spooky season game. So we also had As Dusk Falls, which we've seen before, along with Gunfire Reborn, which was something new. I want to stop for a second on Pentiment.
Yeah.
That was, we talked about it on the pre-show. Josh Sawyer, renowned creator, such a great writer. He's done so much great stuff. I mean, Fallout New Vegas being probably the top of his resume at Obsidian. And yeah, Pentiment Destin, a narrative role-playing game.
Not what I expected at all.
Yeah, the art style I
Yeah.
think was not what any of us
Yeah.
expected, given, we're used to Obsidian games being these kind of big AAA 3D things, and this is, we know it's a small team working on this, and it is, I'm into this medieval, like, children's art book art style that they've got going on here.
Yeah. Going through this and like actually bringing up Plague Tale, I love that these games take place in the past and sort of touch on historical moments. I'm hoping that Pentiment does the same thing here. It looks like they're utilizing like the art style from that time period. So I'm intrigued. I'll give it a chance, but I did not expect a side-scrolling RPG type game at all,
Described as a narrative adventure in the trailer, and from what we understand, this is there's no combat in this game. It is all writing, which is what Josh Sawyer's really, really, really good at. So this is out in November. So this is a first-party game we have to look forward to this fall. Yeah, I'm all in on this game. This seems very much like a Ryan McCaffrey kind of game. Another game that we're going to count it on this list because it's been in game preview for quite some time, but Stella, Grounded is finally getting a full and proper release, and that will be out this fall as well. That's in fact September.
Yeah, that is a great game. And I remember, actually, it's so funny, Destin, my boss, if you guys don't know, he was like, Stella, I need you to grab this game real quick.
Yeah.
That's how you talk. Yeah.
Okay. I'll work on that. Yeah.
But yeah, he was like, I need you to grab, a preview of this. And I remember specifically, I was like, oh, this is the game with the giant spiders. I'm not a big fan of that. But honestly, even with the spiders and creepy stuff, I was like, this is a great game. Why am I here? This is so cool. And I'm a huge fan of Minecraft and survival games. So being able to play something that was kind of cute, like you could eat acorns and like gather water from leaves and stuff. I'm like, this is so cute. This is a great world. So the fact that it's finally coming out of preview, which, by the way, I am so glad to see games actually do that, because for the longest time, I know Ark was announced today too. Like Ark for the longest time was in early access and the beta, and when it finally launched, everyone was like, well, we're tired of this. We've seen this through development. There's nothing new at release. So I'm so glad that they kept the preview very short as they did, and now it's full release, and I'm like, there's so much more. So I'm very happy to see this actually fully released.
Yeah, and I'm eager to dive into it and see what the full game is. This is something to look forward to from Obsidian. So we'll get some serious love from Obsidian in this showcase. So we've got like a minute before our next segment here. Real quick, Miranda, I'm going to start with you. Of these 2022 exclusives that we just talked about, what's the standout for you? What are you most looking forward to playing from this list?
High on Life.
Yes.
That looks really funny.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm actually pretty surprised by this, but also kind of excited that Riot's partnering with Game Pass. That's this winter, I believe, but that's a pretty big deal if you guys didn't know how much all the League Champions cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. High on Life. That's probably number one for me on this list too.
Yeah.
All right, we need to take a quick break, but stick around because when we return, we're talking all things Blizzard. Brought to the showcase, of course, Microsoft is about to own Blizzard. So the IGN Summer of Gaming continues right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation. Coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
And welcome back. This is Podcast Unlocked right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We're running down all the announcements and reveals, and there were many from the big Xbox and Bethesda Summer Showcase. As we all know, Blizzard recently joined the Xbox family, asterisk pending regulatory approval, and they had quite the showing at today's presentation. Let's start. This is dealer's choice right here, because we'll get to Overwatch, Stella, I promise.
Okay.
I do want to start with Diablo 4 because this game made me very, very happy. This was my game of the show pick until we got to the end, but we're going to talk about that later. Destin, which character are you going to roll with, the new Necromancer, or which of the five?
I'm going to steal your Barbarian for sure. Yeah,
we can be Barbarian bros. It's fine.
I'm playing Diablo Immortal right now.
Barbarians? Maybe?
I'm playing Immortal right now, and I just did the mage or whatever, or wizard, I think it's in Diablo. So that's what I'm playing as, and yeah, I just want to try something different. I just want to get in there and smash stuff.
Okay.
Stella, your thoughts on Diablo?
It looks pretty. I liked the character customization from what I could see. That was really cool. I don't know. I think if I were to play, which I've never played a Diablo game before, but it looks really cool, Necromancer looks really, really interesting.
It's tough to go wrong with the Necromancer. Yeah, going back to the older Diablo games too.
Yeah, also just raise the dead. Heck yeah, why wouldn't I don't really lose my friend if he dies, so it's fine, you know?
Right.
I can keep them with me forever.
Yeah, it's fine. Miranda, what stood out to you with Diablo today?
I appreciated that they were so upfront about all the features this is going to have. So like crossplay, progression, couch co-op, PvP, support for years to come. Like they're just listing off all the things that you usually ask about, right? You're like, okay, but does it have this? Can I play with my friends on the other systems?
Endgame was brought up too?
Yes, the endgame part I think was really notable because that's a lot of times when you get any sort of loot grindy game, you want to know what am I working toward, like what's the options there. So them touching on that was just of course indicative of them knowing who's watching. They know and they understand what everybody is looking for. So although like Diablo is not quite for me, like this is one that I'd maybe play if some friends wanted to play. That's sort of how I treated Diablo 3 as well. I was like, oh, a friend wants to play. Not really my type of game, but I really appreciate the aesthetics. Necromancer looks pretty cool. And I like the messaging. And also, hey Rod, good job.
Yes, our friend Rod Ferguson, formerly of the Coalition. Yeah, I was very pleased that all of this footage we saw of Diablo 4 was captured on a Series X.
Yes.
Because Diablo has been one of my favorite franchises since the original. I mean, that's 25 years ago already, which makes me feel old, but Diablo's been amazing. And I never thought I would want to play it on anything but a PC, and of course you still can with Diablo 4, but then when Diablo 3, and particularly the expansion, Reaper Souls, came to Xbox, Diablo plays great on a gamepad to the point where I think I actually prefer it on the gamepad. So I might stick to Series X for Diablo 4. Definitely rolling a barbarian. I always do in every single Diablo game. But yeah, to your point, Miranda, I loved how they kind of quickly but effectively went over the scope and they tried to answer all those, well, what about questions with Diablo 4. But I think the biggest surprise for me about Diablo 4, this is Blizzard we're talking about, and they're not known for finishing things quickly. They're known for making awesome things, but they always take a while. And yes, Diablo 4 was announced a long time ago, but frankly, I'm kind of pleasantly surprised that it's out in the next 12 months. Whether that's going to be May or June next year or surprise me and be a little earlier, but I'm thrilled that in a year from now, I will be taking a break from Diablo 4 to host this show at next year's E3. That's where you'll find me if you need me. But all right, we've still got plenty of time, and that means Overwatch 2 was our other big Blizzard topic. So,
yeah.
So I see, Stella, you are ready, you're prepared.
Okay.
You're ready to chat. Let's do it.
Yeah, so it's so interesting to see a character that Destin was like, oh, we've seen her before. And I'm like, kind of, yes. So Junker Queen is the new hero, and we've seen her throughout the Junker town map and everything since whenever that game launched with that map. So being able to see her kind of come to life, because for the longest time, the community was like, she would be such a cool hero. She would be a really cool addition. She's this queen of this town, and she's like a gladiator queen. And we got to see a little bit of that, and honestly, it was really, really good to see Overwatch bring back their cinematics, because we've been missing any sort of content from Overwatch for so long. And what they did really well for a really long time was just being able to create these stories with their characters. I mean, they even had comics going on, but then that just kind of fell off. And as someone who played Overwatch way too much for a lot of seasons, I was disappointed with their lack of communication, but now it seems like they're getting back on the wheel with Overwatch 2. And hopefully they are taking community feedback well. So it's interesting. I actually got to play the beta, and it seems promising. I really do hope that they do release a content roadmap, because that is something that the community is going to want. And they'll be like, hey, how is this going to be different from what happened to Overwatch 1? So yeah, that's kind of my overall thoughts. Love Junker Queen. She's cool. I mean, I love my strong, badass female characters. So yeah.
Can we talk about Blizzard's cinematics for a second? Because they've always just been so good. Their cinematics team, I don't know how they do it, but going back to Warcraft 1 and even up to today, their cinematics are always incredible. I would watch an Overwatch CG show. If they turned it into an actual computer animated thing on Netflix. I would be all about that.
The thing I really liked about the Overwatch 2 reveal was it felt like a reintroduction to the characters that we played as if you played at the beginning, and a reminder that things have changed and things are going to be a lot different in Overwatch 2 with how those characters play, while also introducing you to some of the characters you might have missed since the launch of the game. Now, I know a lot of players lapsed from Overwatch, so hopefully going free to play and allowing people just to be able to jump in and play and try out the new characters or the returning characters will offer them an easy starting point.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the free-to-play option is going to be great. I can't tell you the amount of times people are like, oh, I've been interested in Overwatch, but I don't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
And also, because then there's what if I don't like it? Then I paid for a game I'm not going to play, so.
Yeah. Do you still feel like it needed a sequel, though?
No.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the state of Overwatch. Stella, where are we? And I want to hear from Miranda on the Overwatch topic as well. Sum it up for people that maybe are seeing this and thinking, oh, I've heard about this game, and maybe are considering jumping in once this beta hits.
The current state is that it's there. I've said it's there. It's not changed much. The 5v5 did get installed into the the Overwatch League, so the esports, which is great. So that is going to be an update that's coming soon, or I think is. I can't remember. It's been a really long year already, okay? So many games. But yeah, the 5v5, I feel like that's going to be implemented soon, is maybe going to shake things up for a little bit. I know when people played the beta, it almost felt like the launch of Overwatch again, because a lot of people are coming in, they're like, oh, what's different? How does this feel? And it felt really cool to see a lot of my old friends who used to be into Overwatch like come in and play in my group with me. And I was like, this is awesome. This is what I want. But it's a new era. It's a new meta. So it's very different. And it's, again, like the launch. So I don't know. We just have to see how the launch is going to go.
Early access October 4th. Miranda, your thoughts on Overwatch 2 here?
I'm probably not going to play it. Here's the thing. I liked Overwatch in that it was an approachable shooter. I think it was very easy for people to get into, learn, but it just didn't really resonate with me. And I think even with them relaunching this, I think it's very smart and basically essential that it's free to play. In this market, you kind of have to be, especially with just, you're still paying for stuff in Overwatch anyway to get stuff. So the entry fee felt really bad compared to other things. And I think it's good. I like the cinematics again, just to kind of touch on that. That was really cool. I think we got some Mad Max vibes here as well, so from their new character. But overall, I'm happy to watch and see what happens, but not quite for me.
Yeah, it's been interesting to me to see the direction Blizzard has evolved over the years. Diablo has stuck around. WoW has, of course, stuck around. But Warcraft as a strategy game and even StarCraft, kind of, we haven't seen those, and I don't know if they're ever coming back.
Yeah.
But Blizzard is known for not necessarily breaking new ground a lot of the time, but doing a genre really well, absurdly well. And I think Overwatch has always had that polish. It's always had it plays so well, but it's even if you're Blizzard, it's a competitive world out there in team shooters.
Yeah, you were talking about the state. Honestly, the only people that play Overwatch 1 right now are definitely the competitive people, so it's not even casual friendly, which is why Overwatch 2 needs to happen and the free-to-play needs to happen.
So October 4th for that early access. All right, we're going to take another quick break. There are still plenty more games to discuss from the Xbox Showcase. When we come back, we're going to talk 2023 and what the first half of that is looking like. IGN's Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back.
Nars here, giving you a special look at Life Makeover, a social lifestyle simulation game that lets you take your style to the next level wherever you are by taking advantage of Unreal Engine graphics. In Life Makeover, you can create a character and customize their features, then try on thousands of ultra-realistic outfits that make you look and stay fabulous in your photoshoot sessions. From evening gowns, dreamy princess dresses, and tailored suits, Life Makeover gives you the freedom to match your style or try something new. Take care of your in-game character to change their mood, hang out with cute pets, and invite friends over for a party. Once you're ready for the spotlight, customize photoshoot locations like seaside villas, modern cities, rural farmhouses, and more to match your look. And your customization options don't end there. You can even create outfits from scratch in the DIY design suite. Here you can take advantage of preset patterns in the toolbox or add designs of your own to use in your very own creations. This suite simulates the real-world design process from selecting fabrics to pattern design and even cutting. Have a design you can't wait to share with friends? Make it a reality in Life Makeover, and then invite your friends to your in-game home to show off your creations or have a themed party. Life Makeover is brought to you by the award-winning Archosaur Games. You may have heard of their other titles like Dragon Raha, the most downloaded 3D next-gen mobile MMORPG in the American App Store, or their upcoming titles Noah's Heart and Avatar Reckoning. Archosaur Games is currently exploring new technologies like Unreal Engine 5 to use in their games they release in the future. The current APK game build is currently geared for Asian regions, however, the US and EU regions' features and localizations are being developed. Think you're ready to walk the runway? Then stay tuned because soon I'll be getting a hands-on look at Life Makeover and recreating my very own Summer of Gaming outfit in-game. But first, check out this trailer for Life Makeover and make sure to pre-register to start setting your own fashion trends.
Welcome back to Podcast Unlocked. We've been breaking down all the biggest and best announcements from the Microsoft and Bethesda showcase. Now it is time, as we looked at 2022, now that we have a concrete idea there, this showcase was all about the next 12 months of Xbox, so let's look at the other half, the first half of 2023. And Miranda, we have to start, I think, with your most anticipated game here, Redfall,
Yes.
from Arcane.
I'm glad we finally got to see the gameplay. I'm still a little bummed it got pushed, but understand. I think there's still a lot of questions here. It looks like we are missing a HUD for the gameplay, so we don't know how the powers work. A lot of times they were just like dual wield, or just not dual wielding. You know, having to use both hands to make sure they're on the guns. Like we didn't see a lot of like pistol and something else action, which is totally fine. But it definitely feels and looks like an Arcane game. Like you can see the similarities to things we saw in like Dishonored or Prey, which is awesome. I think I'm most curious, again, to see a little bit more of the weaponry. There is a shot somewhere in there of like the customization, and I do want to see a bit more of that of like, oh, how custom is it? What sort of abilities can you mix and match with weaponry? And there's something I noticed that was a little weird too. I think, Stella, you were also commenting on this as like first-person shooter kind of person. When they do aim down to sight, so ADS, it looks really weird because it's like they hold it up, but they actually don't look through it. So if there's like a red dot sight, like there's a dot sight on some of these in these scopes, they don't actually look through it. I'm like, what are you?
I wonder if that could have been an artifact of purposely not having the HUD on for this, gameplay demo.
It's hard to say because it looks totally natural if you have a pistol or something, but within this demo, it looked a little weird, but overall, it seems pretty neat, and I'm very excited to play this game.
So it's not that I disagree with you at all that it looks like an Arcane game, but I actually was a little surprised, not in a bad way at all. It seemed more action-y to me than other Arcane games, which I thought was interesting, and the action looked really good, don't get me wrong. Stella, they really emphasized that it's 4-player, or you can totally run the campaign by yourself.
Yes, actually, I'm so glad you asked that because I took that note and I was like, so this, obviously people are going to make callbacks to like, oh, Back 4 Blood, or, it's one of those things where in Back 4 Blood, you couldn't play alone. You could play solo, but you would have 3 other bots. So is that what's going to happen here? Because it seems like there are specific specialists that you can play as, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, how do you do this? How is that going to be, how is the solo experience going to be? So it's interesting because it does look like Left 4 Dead sort of gameplay, but with more mobility, more movement. The maps look great, and I'm very curious about the world lore because there are different portals you can go through.
That different realm. It looks really cool.
I love that. So this already has sparked my interest. This is not a disappointment. This is everything I thought it was going to be. So very interested. But yeah, I don't know how the gameplay will be because there wasn't a whole lot of ADSing. So I wonder if there's like a penalty, like if your mobility gets lessened if you do ADS in non-sniper.
So you see with like a sniper, yeah, exactly. You see it with a sniper, which makes sense, but everything else, they just kind of hold it up.
Right. Yeah, so I'm really curious.
We are suddenly, I don't know how this always happens, running short on time. And there's a lot of these other 2023 games, notably one of the big ones, Forza Motorsport, Spring 2023.
Yeah, we have to talk about Forza Motorsport 8. That game was absolutely stunning. They confirmed there's going to be ray tracing in-game. And Ryan, you brought up that what we're looking at during that trailer is what we're going to be looking at when we play the new Fable.
Fable using Forza Tech, it's developed by Playground. So yeah, I mean, there was just, Arc 2 was 2023, Flintlock, Minecraft Legends, Lightyear Frontier, which still I know we're out of time. We'll have to come back to Unlocked on a regular time, and we'll have more time to dig into this stuff.
So much.
Diablo 4, of course, 2023, Ravenlock, Cocoon, Wo Long from Team Ninja. So I was
really excited about that one.
I was wrong about Ninja Gaiden, sadly.
Okay.
But we are getting a Team Ninja game. So quickly, like literally no time for explanation. Favorite game of the show? I'll go down the line. Destin.
Forza, hands down. Forza Motorsport 8.
Stella.
No explanation. Lightyear Frontier.
Nice. I like that
Good
pick.
pick. Redfall.
Yes. And I am going to go with Starfield. It's looking great. I can't wait to actually sit down and play it. Well, sadly, that just about wraps it up for this very special live episode of Podcast Unlocked. Thank you to Miranda, Stella, and Destin for joining me today. And a huge thank you to the live audience watching right now who tuned into the show. And of course, the tens of thousands of you who listen to us each and every week on Podcast Unlocked. Hey, we're going to be back live again in San Francisco. We're going to pack this thing up and head north for the Xbox Extended Showcase On Tuesday, that's at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do another live show after. So please rejoin us for that. And in the meantime, stick with IGN all month long for Summer of Gaming.
Mana is the debit card and financial solution made specifically for your lifestyle. It's tailored for people who enjoy gaming, entertainment, and earning rewards. Let's take a closer look at Mana.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want. And we make it easy to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start completing quests for next level rewards, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. No gimmicks, no surprises, no kidding. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Good things come to those who wait, and your patience has finally paid off. Get ready, because the 2022 PC Gaming Show kicks off in just a few moments, and we got dozens of new games, trailers, exclusive interviews, which means there's only one thing left to do. It's countdown time, and I'll see you in a sec. Welcome to the PC Gaming Show 2022. I'm Day 9 still, one of your hosts, joined again by the amazing Mika Burton.
Hi.
While we may look like elaborate Unreal Engine renders, we are here in the flesh, as is the hardware, bringing you the best and brightest in the world of PC gaming.
Over the next 2 hours, we are going to showcase a metric ton of killer upcoming PC games through world premieres, exclusive interviews, and a few surprises along the way. And you, the folks at home, might even be able to win yourself a fancy computer if you play your cards right.
And now you may remember the last time you saw me on this show, things ended quite literally explosively.
Yeah.
There was a robot who tried to destroy the human race, electrocuted me. I think I died.
Definitely died.
Either way, I'm not really sure. It was standard robot apocalyptic stuff, just minus the overbearing anime dad and existential crises.
Yeah, well, actually, what happened to DevBot anyway? Wasn't he supposed to come back for this show for like Revenge of the DevBot?
Well, he's dead.
Oh.
We melted him down to try to make our own graphics cards since they're still hard to find, and I would say he's in a better place, but I played Cyberpunk 2077 and he's not.
Ooh, that's pretty dark for the start of the show.
Or nostalgic.
Aww.
But none of that matters, because the show actually took place in a parallel reality.
All right, so you're telling me there's actually a multiverse?
According to the writers who told me this 5 minutes before we went live, I am saying there's a multiverse.
All right.
We're now apparently on Earth 3, which is not to be confused with E3, because this show is still happening.
Oh, and we are so thrilled to be back as a part of this weekend full of celebrations of gaming by putting the spotlight on something near and dear to our hearts. PC gaming.
And so, without any further ado, it's time for my favorite part.
Rated M for mature.
I won't leave you. You're not a monster. In the beginning, the world was subjugated by chaos. Endless droves of horrors trespassed into the world. And so came the solstice of souls,
a chimera chooses death.
Show us what you've got!
We have a whole new world to forge.
May the judge have mercy on your souls.
You are here with me. I always will be. As long as we are together, we're not going down. They wanted yet another monster. They shall have one. No! You must resist it!
You just saw Tactical Breach Wizards, a turn-based game of sorcery and SWAT team strategy from the makers of Gunpoint and Heat Signature. My strategy, personally, is very simple. Breach, bang, clear, magic missile, dramatic flourish, abra, cadaver. Get it? Cadaver, dead body. Anyway. Next, we have a solution to the age-old problem of not having time to read and play video games. Just do both at the same time, obviously. Star Wars Industries has you covered with their sci-fi thriller inspired by Stanislaw Lem's novel, The Invincible. So here's your first look at the first ever gameplay footage.
You, what have you done?
Where are you taking me?
You came here yourself, so what are you expecting, huh?
You've set up a field camp down there. Yasna. So I didn't expect you to have a second one here.
Really? Sit here and don't you dare move. What are you doing here?
You're not gonna like this part. The radiation level is growing rapidly. It's starting to get interesting.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Doctor.
I located the mobile antimatter cannon.
Another one? How many of those did they... Is it active?
Dead.
I admire your composure.
Wait, someone's here. Astrogator, they're dead.
So you found someone. Unfortunately, such unpleasant discoveries are indispensable to the mission.
I didn't let that thought get to me. I was counting on this meeting very much. At worst, it could have been another abandoned place, but not this.
But what exactly?
That's a good question. I'm getting into the recorder. What do we have here? Uh-huh. They made their way through with a beam of antimatter.
How subtle. Did you locate this passage?
I'm looking at it now. They pierced a hole several meters in diameter and several dozen meters long.
Yasna, do you hear me?
Yes. My head feels like it's bursting from pressure.
Can you continue?
Yes. I'm better now. Actually, there's nothing here that I haven't seen before. There are a lot of metal bushes that were near our camp. The lower parts of the bushes are, how to put it, fruitless.
So they came to pick the fruits.
This robot looks like it has started its task and got stuck.
What task?
This is one of the robots carrying containers with research material. It took the container, but never left that place.
Why do you think it's stuck?
Well, it goes in circles using the same path. The robot's gone.
You must have broken his loop.
But I didn't.
No, he must have done something. Never mind. Follow it.
Fuck! It's getting up!
What, a robot?
No! Antimat!
Come on, Yasna. Run! Hide! Yasna, are you alive?
Yes, it's fucked up the robot.
What's it doing now?
Take care of our people, Novik.
It's time to take a pit stop at the nearest dungeon to prove that chivalry isn't dead. And if you think I emphasize those words weirdly, you're right. And it'll all make sense momentarily when you see these next 4 games, especially when you hear from our friends at Tripwire Interactive. Roll that beautiful footage.
You? Nah. You don't have what it takes. You'll be back here too scared to try again. 'Cause the dungeon will turn you into lunch meat. Unless you're way tougher than you look. We got the guns, the turrets, the upgrades. But what you really need is guts and skills. Grab your posse and say your prayers. Be the first to play. To die. To give your feedback. Do you have what it takes?
Welcome to F1 Manager 2022, the ultimate F1 simulation, putting you in the position of team principal at one of the 10 current F1 teams, battling it out for a chance to be the next world champion. Choose your team and drive every decision that leads to you making your mark on the grid, and hopefully the podium. Winning championships depends on your ability to make the right calls on and off the track. During races, you'll mastermind strategy, plan tyre stints for each driver, and make changes on the fly when necessary. Issue driver callouts, such as instructing them to attack or defend, manage their tyre wear and battery usage, or even to avoid battling a teammate. All while reacting to dynamic events like race incidents and fluctuating weather and track conditions. Between race weekends, you'll control every detail of your team from your state-of-the-art headquarters. Hire best-in-class staff to work across your aerodynamics and engineering teams and put them to the task to develop your car and prepare new parts for upcoming races. Optimize your finances to keep the board happy, improve and maintain your facilities, and scout talent from F2 and F3 to try and ensure future success. They say knowledge is power, and keeping a close eye on a plethora of realistic data will help give you the edge. From the finer details of how car parts affect overall performance, to a track's expected grip level, to the condition of your wind tunnel, how you analyze the data and choose to spend your resources will make or break your progress. You'll find depth and detail in abundance, even down to real-world team radio messages between drivers and engineers, and race commentary from David Croft and Karun Chandok. While broadcast-style presentation showcases 2022's striking new car design with real trackside and onboard camera angles. Sleek management menus and intuitive controls will drive the immersive F1 fantasy home as you plan and execute the perfect strategy in F1 Manager 2022. Pre-order the digital version now for early access from August 25th.
Hey everyone, after 1 year of Chivalry 2, we've more than doubled the size of the game, and now we're excited to bring even more knights onto the battlefield. Because today, right now, Chivalry 2 is out on Steam with crossplay between all platforms. This is our biggest update to the game yet, and it brings players to an all-new desert theater of war, and best of all, brings us horses into Chivalry 2 in mounted combat. We want to thank our community for making the game the success that it's been so far, and if you haven't played it yet, now is the best time to check out Chivalry 2. Take a look at our new trailer that shows off the new update and its Nosian invasion.
This rebellion is at an end. The Agathians flee to their stronghold in the north. This land is mine! Now Denocia rises from the south. Kill them all! Throw the dogs back into the desert. Their forces will crash and break against the bulwark. If the wall falls, we must retaliate. Ready the ships! Long has Denocia remained safe from my fury. No more. They dare to strike out at us. Their cities will fall. Their people will bleed. Their knowledge will burn. My reign will never end.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil from Sweet Bandits, live from Quebec City. Really glad to be here today for the PC Gaming Show. We'll be showing the first trailer for our game, Deceive Inc. It's a multiplayer competitive spy game where you get to use social stealth, high-tech gadgets, and powerful spy abilities to try and get the upper hand. We've had the chance of working with Tripwire Presents on the project, so this is only the beginning. Please follow us on social media at Play Deceiving to learn more. We'll be releasing the game in early 2023 on PC, Xbox Series S and X, and PS5. Thank you so much, and let's enjoy the trailer.
Good afternoon, agents. Your mission is simple. Infiltrate the frozen coral underwater hotel and retrieve the blueprint of a powerful weapon. As you know, Deceive Inc.'s company policy is to deploy multiple agents to ensure the mission's success. But only one will get the paycheck. Do whatever it takes, agent, and be careful out there.
Try your best. Let's see if it's enough. Booyah! Ka-ching! Oh, come on. They can't be this fast.
And they thought it was secure. In the end, I am victorious.
They're really not gonna make it easy for me. Gotcha.
Is that it?
Right on target. Outskilled and outgunned.
It can't end like this.
Target acquired. Moving to rendezvous point. All done. Really? Mission complete!
Let me ask you something. Do you ever have a reoccurring dream that you really wish would come true? I mean, mine personally involves a flight of unicorns and a Valkyrie army on Pegasuses, but yours may be different, but somehow I doubt it. This year, we've partnered with the PC builders at iBuyPower to bring a very different dream to life. My dream PC room. Unfortunately, there's bad news for me. I don't get to keep it. But very good news for one of you. We're going to be giving the entire contents of this room away to a lucky winner watching the show. So let's dive in and see what's up for grabs. The beating heart of any PC gaming dream room is, of course, the rig, so let's start there. As you can see, the mad geniuses at iBuyPower have built an absolute doozy. The first thing you'll notice is that Height Y60 case with its wraparound tempered glass panels. This thing is built from the ground up to display the sickest PC tech you can squeeze into a desktop machine. And let's face it, if you've managed to bag a serious graphics card in these dry times, you owe it to the silicon gods to show it off properly. Okay, the case and lighting looks dope, but for this to be a true dream PC, we need more than just state-of-the-art drip. Luckily, the substance matches the style. So let's check out the guts of our dream PC, and trust me, there's plenty of power crammed in. The big question though is what pixel pusher iBuyPower has used, and you won't be disappointed with an overclocked RTX 3090 from Gigabyte, right? This 24GB monster of a GPU packs the cooling to stay chill and the power to smash through any game you throw at it. The graphics card is the rig's MVP, but any superstar needs some dope backup, and the fastest gaming CPU around, the Intel 5.5GHz Core i9 12900KS with 32GB of DDR5 RAM and 2TB of seriously fast SSD storage, both from ADATA, makes up the perfect support team. Whew, that is a whole lot of PC. But Mika, you may greedily wonder, what about the peripherals? Well, animal lovers, we got you covered, because the Height Eclipse wireless headset comes in plush vegan leather trim with a 30-hour battery life and competition-grade 2.4GHz connection. And you noisy typers are going to love the clicky-clacky mechanical keyboard that comes with it. Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? RGB? Well, of course! The keyboard and mouse both light up like Atlantic City on a Saturday night. And yeah, you can turn it off so you can actually get some sleep. You can find out more about this gear feature today over at iBuyPower.com, but I know what you really want to know. The info on how to win this beastly setup. So here are the details.
Thanks, Mika. Yes, folks, it couldn't be easier to enter our Dream PC giveaway. For your chance, just head over to pcgamer.com/dreampc and follow the simple instructions. There, you'll find a complete breakdown of the prize, which, don't worry, also comes with some very swish monitors as well as the eligibility rules. Good luck, gamers.
That is right, just head over to pcgamer.com/dreampc for your chance to win. But for now, let's get back to the games. From Kepler Interactive and A44 Games comes Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, an action RPG from the team behind Ashen, where gods and guns collide.
When the gods first emerged from the great below, we saw them as saviors. Instead, they unleashed a pestilence on our world. No one yet knows if you can kill a god. I, for one, intend to find out.
Hey PC Gaming Show, I'm Derek Bradley, the CEO of A44 Games and creative director of Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. Flintlock is set in a world ruled by old gods, and so as humanity, you now have the power of black powder and bombs and flintlock rifles to finally overthrow the gods and take the world back. You'll play as Nor, a Blackstream sapper, one of the elite explosives experts of the Coalition forces. Nor herself has a personal vendetta against the gods and will stop at nothing to get her revenge. But you won't be going it alone. Where Nor brings firepower, her fox-like companion Enki brings magic to the battlefield. You will have to master a combination of axe combat and gunplay, while your companion Enki uses his magical powers to disrupt enemies. We can't wait to show you more of Flintlock before it's released next year. Head over to our socials for more info, and don't forget to wishlist now on Steam and Epic Game Store. Have a great show.
Coming up next, a mysterious new sci-fi game from 11-Bit Studios, the creators of This War of Mine. Hear all about it in our exclusive interview. We'll also show you what's next for Outriders from Square Enix and People Can Fly. Plus, if you look back on high school and think, you know, those 4 years would have been better if I was fighting literal demons, you're definitely going to want to study up on our next world-exclusive independent game inspired by the Persona series. Chug your health potions now because there is so much more PC Gaming Show coming your way. Before we go, the folks at Compass Data Centers have a little quiz for you. How much higher is 5G's data capacity compared to current 4G networks? Scan this QR code and answer the question for a chance to win $500 worth of stuff from Razer, or visit gaming.compassdatacenters.com. Okay, now back to the PC Gaming Show.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
So I know what you're thinking, and the answer is yes. It's time to talk about The Alters, the brand new game from 11-Bit Studios. The Warsaw-based studio made us cry in This War of Mine, make difficult choices in the face of climate apocalypse in Frostpunk, and battle encroaching corruption in Children of Morta. The Alters sends us to the deepest, darkest reaches of space, in a survival story that is guaranteed to give you an existential crisis, in a good way. This is a really big moment for this year's show. I can't wait. Let's take a look. Joining us now to talk about what we just saw all the way from Poland is Tomasz Kasilewicz of 11-Bit Studios. Welcome to the PC Gaming Show, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Okay, there is a lot to unpack there. We got clones, we got this huge wheel. Tell us, what did we just see?
Well, first of all, these guys were not exactly the clones. we saw Jan, our main character, who's traveling with a group of the Alters, who are the alternative versions of the same person. And they are going through this distant alien planet in their mobile base, which was the wheel you saw at the end.
So what's the player's goal as they're progressing through the story?
So you are a space builder stranded on this distant planet, and your goal is to survive and find a way back home. But the thing is, in order to do so, you need to create those alters, as each one of them have different set of skills and character traits. So these are things necessary for your survival and finding a way back home.
So from the trailer, tonally this could be a horror, a thriller, a mystery. What should players expect?
Actually, there are bits of everything you mentioned. Like, there is this mystery as we're looking deep into the soul of the character, but what you find there can also be pretty scary. So there are those beats of psychological horror and drama, but then on top of it we have this quite thick layer of surreality. I mean, how surreal would it be to one day, wake up next to a little different alternative version of your very self?
Now, there's a quote that you shared with me earlier, that man cannot remake himself without suffering, for he is both the marble and the sculptor. How does this quote relate to the story?
So this quote, it relates directly to the main theme of our game. We as people, we are shaping ourselves every single day with every single decision that we are making. This process, the whole process of becoming who we are, it can be quite painful at times. But in our game, Jan, the main character, he has this unique possibility of not only shaping himself, but also reshaping himself and numerous times with every single altar that he is creating.
Do you see this as more of a classic sci-fi story, something like a Ray Bradbury work, or is it something more contemporary?
Well, it is very classic sci-fi in a way that we are taking a relatable topic and we are using the sci-fi theme, we are using the sci-fi setting to look at it through the magnifying lenses. But then when we're choosing the tools, this is a very contemporary game and we're taking advantage of what video games are as a medium. So we're using tools like systematic design and non-linearity in order to put the players in the middle of the experience and in the end allow them to create their own stories inside the game.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the relationship of your previous titles to the Alters, whether there's any narrative or themes or even just influence that those games had on this one.
Well, the Alters is purely 100% our game, 11-bit Studios game, and it's created in line with our meaningful entertainment philosophy. So it's a game we hope that it will make you think even after you stop playing it. This War of Mine was this first huge milestone. It paved the way for all the future titles. And with Frostpunk, it was taken to another level with the strong focus on the emergent narrative. And now with the Alters, we want to follow that path, but we also really want to push the boundaries even further and expand on how we approach meaningful topics inside the design of our games.
Thanks so much again to Tomasz and the whole team at 11-Bit Studios for joining us this year. And while I try to find enough Rapidium to make it through day 1 to 8, let's head on over to Mika Burton and keep things rolling like a massive space station.
Thanks, Day9. Honestly, I need to look into getting myself cloned so I can make time to play all of these awesome games we've seen so far. But I'm also legitimately worried about having to eventually fight my clone in single hand-to-hand combat when they steal my life, making me wonder if I was the clone all along. Is it really worth it for video games? Yeah, no, it's totally worth it for video games. Anyway, that's a problem for future Mika. Present Mika is much more interested in what you all have been saying about the show so far. So keep letting us know your thoughts by using hashtag PC Gaming Show on all platforms. Now, let's get back to the real reason all here. Cloning. I mean video games. Video games.
Sure, when Tiny Build lets you open your own medieval potion shop, you get hailed as a master alchemist. But when I do it, I get a sternly worded letter from my landlord about how my cauldron violates our lease agreement. Whatever, it's his loss. But more importantly, folks, we promise you the maximum amount of games humanly possible, and we aim to deliver quite literally.
Before your eyes lies the Celestial Islands, a world of peace above the clouds, protected by 4 great houses.
Planet Earth, our beautiful home. To protect it, we must reach out to explore the unknown. Our team of experts is presently probing the deep sea in a struggle against the yoke of overregulation. These security and defense innovations allow you to shrink any problem down to size. We surge forward, obliterating the enemies of progress, but we refuse to let these victories go to our heads. We are the future. We are Ozine.
And now it's time to give you an exclusive briefing on what's next for one of PC gaming's titans of modding, simulation, and scale, Arma 4. Last month, developer Bohemia Interactive kicked things off by releasing Arma Reforger on Steam in early access. This playable prototype will be a foundation for Arma 4. And with it playable on Steam now, we have a ton of questions about the future of Arma. I mean, after all, this is the series that helped birth the survival genre through DayZ. Oh, and also this other little niche genre you may have heard of called Battle Royale. To help us peer into the future for this project, we've got none other than Bohemia Interactive. Thank you so much for joining us. So as of right now, Arma Reforger has been out for about a month. What is it that you've been learning or seeing from players?
At first, we've learned that players like Reforger a lot and they appreciate the work we've put into it. We also realized they like modding a lot and they really view this as a key quality of our games. And we were very pleased by the reactions of both our community and the new players who immediately started flooding internet with videos, playthroughs and praise of our new technology. So we are very glad that the reception was so good.
So there's no doubt players who have been longtime fans of the franchise stepping into Arma Reforger, and I'm curious, what were some of the big challenges of rebuilding that specific Arma feel from the ground up in this brand new engine?
Well, it's a very tricky subject because even internally it's an ongoing kind of fight. So I'm myself very much on the very purist side of things, so no HUD, no save games, no superficial helpers, and this fight can get very intense even in-house. So I'm the real Arma purist and I'm on this for 25 years now, so I will keep fighting, but obviously this is part of the fun. So there's always never-ending battle. I think 2 years ago we really struggled to keep it Arma and even internally preserve our own standards, so do it our own way rather than replicating what's maybe normal in other games, because our goal is not to make the same game as all other games. So our goal is to remain unique.
I'm curious if you can speak to what the main goals of Reforger is, because it's a little unusual compared to other releases. I mean, for instance, how much content should a player expect if, say, they've been playing Arma 3 for years?
Our goals were, of course, to restart the series from technological standpoint, really make room for some new achievements, utilize the technology which is state of the art, both in terms of how it looks like, how it's controlled, how it can be modded.
It's important to understand it may look as a kind of normal game on the surface, but there's a big system behind it. So just the tool suite is a massive tool suite, never tested by a large public. So it's a premiere of a tool suite. And these tools are being built for nearly 5 years now. So we really need users to start using them to keep improving and continue building it.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have one quick question from the Arma fans. Has Russia's invasion of Ukraine impacted your approach to Arma 4 and Arma Reforger, a game that depicts the Cold War?
Well, yes, because it's extremely close to us. We even live in a way very nearby, so definitely. On the other hand, we started work on this many years ago, so the direction was set before. But we always approach conflicts and armed conflicts with a great level of respect. We're still at the beginning, but we definitely would like to continue in our exploring this serious theme.
Arma, as I see it, has always been a bit more of a anti-war game. It's an entertainment product. That's fair thing to admit. On the other hand, given the topic, given our, let's say, maturity and long time we've spent on it, and our ambition to portray it as a whole very complex and gritty thing, I would like us to contribute by not just entertaining people, but also educating them on the subject. This was the whole point of starting the cooperation with the International Committee of the Red Cross, and I believe we have great potential, big responsibility in this area, and a very important chance to contribute at least a little bit to the good side of things.
This would not be an interview about Arma unless we were asking about modding. I mean, so many amazing games and genres came from Arma mods, so I gotta know what's possible in Reforger that wasn't possible in the past.
Now with this technology, it's possible to create entirely different things, like entirely different games. It has so many variables, but the beauty now is that much more of it is user accessible, unlike the previous games. So people can easily digest how this is constructed in our Workbench tools. So unlike previously where it was more hard-coded in the C++ engine, so now they can check the data of every single element of the game and go much, much deeper than in previous games. So this will be super exciting.
Now, I wanted to ask a little bit about performance, because anyone who's played Arma knows that it can get really challenging to get a good frame rate in those massive multiplayer matches. So I'm curious, what expectations should players have about performance leading into Arma 4?
Arma 3 was built on foundations laid down in times of single core and no GPUs basically, so this time much more computations and intensive rendering things can be done directly on GPU, but it required completely a new approach.
Again, we are in the beginning and we know that there are problems, there are difficulties, but we are solving them one by one. We are really gathering community feedback, and even our own definitely feedback. So we are moving things forward, and it's about optimization. It's not that much about FPS, but also for like network traffic, for instance. When you have this massive multiplayer game, it's a huge challenge. Server performance, of course, and all the technical things. So we are moving forward.
Thank you so much again, Bohemia Interactive, for giving us the inside scoop on both Arma Reforger and Arma 4. Now, you don't go anywhere, because here is what's around the corner.
Just around the corner in the PC Gaming Show, prepare to experience terror ranging from the subaqueous to the subconscious with the latest from Shiro Games. Hold on to your butts because front-end development spared no expense on the new Jurassic World Evolution 2 expansion, and get your crowbars ready for Half-Life Alyx Levitation, a special project from some very talented modders. Oh modders, what would PC gaming be without you? While we're here, quick geography question. Which parts of the world use the most bandwidth for gaming? Answer this question for the folks at Compass Data Centers and it could win you a $500 Razer gift card. Scan the QR code on the screen to enter.
Last year, Shiro Games debuted War Tales at the PC Gaming Show, but the publisher has a lot more than its medieval sandbox RPG on the way. Up next, we'll hear what's up with Shiro's slate of projects, and stick around for the debut of two completely new games, Decarnation and Abyssals.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for the invitation, Mika. I'm James, and I can't wait to show you everything that we've got prepared for you today. So it's been a crazy couple of months for everyone here at Shiro Games, with Dune Spice Wars marking the most successful release in the history of the company, and it's entirely thanks to all of you. But today, let's look at Dune Spice Wars multiplayer mode. Up to 4 players can go head-to-head and free-for-all, 2v2, all work together in co-op against AI opponents. We're introducing new synergy systems between factions that will open a vast number of strategies to help you crush your opponents. Multiplayer will be available in Dune Spice Wars very soon. After 5 years and nearly 3 million units sold, Northgard's story finally continues. In a new chapter set shortly after the events of the first campaign, Ragnarok has decimated the lands of Northgard. Long-standing alliances have been broken. Violence and betrayal now plague the continent. Forced to depart what they once called home, our heroes arrive on unknown shores and find themselves confronted by unfamiliar faces in a dangerous new realm. This Northgard expansion arrives this winter. And for all of our War Tales players out there, Cooperative is finally coming to our open world tactical RPG. You share food, gold, and camp with your friends. But you can split up to cover more grounds. Before every fight, devise the perfect strategy to overcome any threats that may stand in your way. But be careful in your approach, as one wrong move may lead to your group's demise. The co-op update will allow you to play between 2 to 4 players, and it will be available this summer. So a few months ago we announced Shiro Unlimited, a new publishing label created by indies for indies, and we are very proud to announce 2 new titles coming from the Shiro Unlimited family.
It seemed like our last chance to start again, to escape Earth's devastation.
We used our limited resources to lay the foundations of a new life, deep below the waves of this strange new planet.
But soon, we realized it was not the dream world we had hoped for.
When faced against the darkness of the abyss, we found ourselves helpless.
Lost.
Isolated.
Thank you very much for sticking with us, everyone. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
You just saw why you were exactly right to be afraid of the ocean in Abyssals, and you confronted your inner demons in the retro dream horror of Decarnation. Next up, how do you rebuild a city in a world set after the collapse of civilization? Let's find out how by taking a look at I Am Future from Tiny Build.
Warning, hibernation aborted. Your total hibernation time was 6 years, 6 months, 5 days. Welcome to Eden, your new home.
I have no idea where the hell I am. But damn, this place is gorgeous.
Our forefathers conquered Caldaria and bestowed it upon us, a new generation, to share or spar over.
Our great houses seek to obtain the Emperor's favor, cultivating our lands and subjects to improve and enrich the realm, beginning with ourselves, of course.
Prominence can be secured through strength as well as delicacy.
Will you be able to build your legacy of power?
Join the great houses of Caldaria.
And now, for these next trailers, it's true. They do move in herds. That was so much. The thought process is simple. God creates dinosaurs, God destroys dinosaurs, man destroys God, man creates video games to play with dinosaurs. But just be warned that one of these trailers might come as a bit of a shock to the system.
PC gamer. Humans interfacing with computers
for their own entertainment. The very notion disgusts me.
Look upon my works, foul creatures,
and weep at its magnificence. It is a beautiful day on Citadel Station.
Humanity is
on the verge of a new era. I, Shodan, am its new god. Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine?
You are an insect.
You are nothing. I create. I iterate. I fuse flesh and steel into perfection. My children, Hacker. Their blood is on your hands.
You will suffer for your transgressions.
These are my avenging angels, and they will have retribution.
What an incredible and frankly horrifying trailer. Developed by Night Dive Studio, System Shock is the return of a beloved, acclaimed sci-fi saga. Today, to take us even further inside the world of System Shock, I am thrilled to welcome the one and only Warren Spector. Thanks so much for joining us, Warren.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is going to be fun.
In terms of trying to translate the experience of a game from 1994, 3 decades later to now, what doesn't carry over well?
The first thing is the graphics, obviously. We did the best we could, but it was pretty primitive back then. And the other one is the user interface. If you look at when the game opened, the original, a help screen that came up, and it filled the entire screen with text. It's just insane. I don't know how the guys at Night Dive did it. It's amazing. But frankly, as I think back on it, the game actually holds up pretty well. I'm excited to see it come back.
Just wondering if you think many modern gamers are aware of the impact that System Shock has had in terms of gameplay systems, in terms of narrative structure, on so many games that came after it.
I'm not sure people see the influence, which is a little unfortunate. But I think the rest of the world is going to get the chance now to experience it. And I think they'll see not just that they're having fun playing this game, but also see that other games followed in its footsteps.
Nowadays, we walk around with computers in our pockets. We're worried about the evil of algorithms. How do you think about a character like Shodan in 2022?
Shodan seems far too close to reality to me right now. And let's just hope that she doesn't show up as nasty a form as she did back in 1994.
Well, Warren, I wanted to thank you so much for joining us. And I want to let you know I cannot wait to return back to that world I played and enjoyed so much as a kid. Cheers.
Yeah, I can't wait to return to that world. I forgot
right?
Basically, fans know way more about the game than I do now, so it'll be a new experience for me too.
Thank you so much again, Warren Spector, for joining us to talk all things System Shock. I personally can't wait for the game to come out, though. It might completely ruin my sleep schedule, but before I spiral further, here are some more games to cram into your eyeballs.
Since the first pioneers changed the harshest aspects of our world, every generation has upheld the solemn promise of our forefathers, that the rise of Titan would forever be without misery or bloodshed. We seek nothing from the solar system but a lasting amity of reason and justice. To see a war under any pretext would bring ruin to the great works of mankind. Any victory achieved through that deepest expression of human unreason would be as devastating as defeat. We have but a singular purpose: to establish peace and security for all mankind.
The war between Mars and Titan devastated our solar system. Lead the survivors to Demarat, where you will continue following Frontier's storyline campaign in orbit of an alien star.
right, gamers, good work. You've made it here to a site of grace, or a bonfire, or a sculptor's idol, or a lamp. Make sure you're staying hydrated, replenish your potions, and most importantly, keep letting us know what games you're excited about using hashtag PCGamingShow. I mean, personally, I can't wait to play The Altars. Ah, good. Now that we're all rested up, feeling good, it's time to enjoy a slice of that lovely cyberpunk life, courtesy of Nivalis, and experience the investigative horror of immortality, the latest from the mind of Sam Barlow.
I believe we have a short clip here. Do you want to tell us what we're about to see?
Well, I don't want to spoil things too much. Does this work as a confession? Now it's worth more.
Did you ever read his diary?
We can take a break. We should take a break. No.
Hey, boss. Time to wake up. We got customers waiting. What do you mean you don't know where to start? Let's clean this place up. Move some chairs and tables around. We can make this place shine again. If the weather gets bad, we can grow some veg in the greenhouse. Once we start making real money, well, then you can rent that fancy new apartment in Midtown. So make friends, make enemies. Give customers a route, just turn on the old charm. Or water down their drinks. I'm not your conscience. This is a world to explore, to make stories. Your stories. You ever look up at the clouds and wonder what's up there? Well, if you dream big enough, maybe you'll find out. Maybe we all will. Welcome to Nivalis.
Hi, I'm Marco.
And I'm Roman.
At Ironlands, we are big fans of cyberpunk fiction and games, but we have our own ideas of what a cyberpunk world can be. This is a game in which you manage your restaurant, bar or nightclub, take care of your staff, make deals, farm, and experience the stories of the people you meet.
Or maybe you just want to take the day off and go fishing at the docks instead. Nivalis primarily uses voxel art for the environments. We spend lots of time creating a unique atmosphere with high levels of detail and dynamic elements.
We are excited about the cyberpunk world we're making, and we can't wait to see the choices you'll make and how you'll choose to live your life when you come visit us in Nivalis. You can wishlist Nivalis now on Steam and the Epic Game Store.
Mana is the gaming rewards debit card that puts the power back in the hands of players. So with every quest you complete and every purchase you make, you're earning for the rewards you actually want. We make it easy for you to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start earning real-life rewards the next time you play. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Get ready to overclock your eyeballs, because this next trailer is coming in hotter than my computer with 3 Chrome tabs open.
You just saw Demon School from Welsh developer Ysbryd Games, and now it's time to take a bit of a spooky transition. If you're at home, turn on all the lights in the room, make sure the salt circle is unbroken, and check to see that your door is properly painted with sacrificial lamb's blood, because things are about to get certifiably terrifying. Let's look at the H.R. Giger-inspired biopunk horror, Scorn.
Desolate and decayed. A grisly nightmare of macabre perception. Greetings. I'm your host, Doug Bradley, and I invite you to join me as we explore Scorn's mesmerizing labyrinth of odd forms and somber tapestries. You awake in the middle of a desolate hellscape filled with biomechanical contraptions, part flesh, part machine. An industrial civilization now lying in decay and ruin. A hidden fauna sleeps within the underbelly of the world, wanting nothing more than to be left undisturbed. Scorn has been carefully crafted with great attention to detail. Everything is focused on building a specific atmosphere. From a unique organic ecosystem to an unsettling soundscape created by Ethek and Lustmord. Scorn has no dialogue, so most of the storytelling comes from the environment, discovering the ever-present symbiotic relationships and how things are connected equips you with the tools to progress. While there is shooting within the game, Scorn is not a shooter. Every encounter must be carefully considered. A wrong choice could be deadly. I hope you've enjoyed this glimpse into the twisted world of Scorn. The team at Ebb Software can't wait for you to uncover the secrets of this unique world as you experience Scorn firsthand this October. Are you prepared to unravel your inner self within Scorn's world of horror?
Now, while I've been delightedly playing Dune Spice Wars, harvesting melange, and trying to figure out how to pronounce it doesn't matter. I'm equally ready to turn hordes of Tyranids into a Jackson Pollock painting in Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. In this brutal third-person shooter, you once again step into the oversized power armor of Titus, an elite Primaris Space Marine in a galaxy immersed in a never-ending war. To take us further inside the grimdark, I am joined by Tim Willits and Oliver Hollis, the creative director, on Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Good to be here.
Now, Tim, I want to start with you. You previously worked at id Software on Doom. How would you say the Space Marine compares to Doom Guy?
That is a good question. I bet many people did not know that the original Doom Guy was actually a Space Marine, inspired by an even older Space Marine, which is the Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines. So, it's really exciting for me to work on Space Marine 2, because it's a great franchise, and I know that it's inspired so many other video games throughout the last 25, 30 years.
Oh, absolutely. And there's so much lore to sift through. And I think this brings us to talk a little bit about the new Space Marine that you're going to get to play, a Primaris Space Marine. Oliver, talk to us a little bit about Captain Titus and what makes this class of Space Marine different from the others in the universe.
So the Space Marine is a brainchild of the Emperor, the kind of leader of this of humanity in the grimdark future. He saw the dangers that the universe presented, and he created a super soldier from his own DNA. And each of these different factions, these different chapters, have different genetic traits of the Emperor. But what makes the Primaris different is that a guy named Belisarius Cawl the Emperor's kind of chief scientist, went back, did some digging in the old data, and found a way to enhance the qualities that a Space Marine has by installing new devices, new kind of bio implants in their body. So now these guys are 2.5 meter tall monsters capable of destroying anything in their path.
It's reminding me of the 1,000 times I have rewatched the Astartes animation.
That's amazing.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting that we now get to be in that position to play that kind of character. And in the trailer, we saw a lot of Tyranids. Are they the main enemy that you're going to be against? And if so, what makes them such a compelling foe?
In this particular game, the Tyranids are the main focus, and what makes them compelling is that they are extragalactic locust-like creatures. They've come in from goodness knows where. They spread like wildfire. They devour everything in their path, and they leave nothing in their wake.
So one of the great things about the Tyranids is they come in the thousands, and our proprietary engine, the Saber Swarm engine, can deliver these epic battles. Now we will have thousands of Tyranids, and you will rip and tear through them all.
I mean, that is so thrilling, because this is the sort of thing that older games couldn't even hope to do. And you're talking a little bit about combat. I know that some of the previous entries were more melee focused. What's the combat like in Space Marine 2?
So the combat in Space Marine 2 is a mix of in-your-face melee combat along with some really cool over-the-top weapons. So we looked at the original Space Marine game where it had a lot of this push-forward combat, which has inspired many other video games, but that never stop, never take cover combat is integral to Space Marine 2, along with these really cool, powerful weapons. So you're either tearing up enemies in front of you or you're blowing them away from the back of the battlefield. It's the best of both worlds.
I mean, that sounds so terrific. And I mean, I know you guys are huge fans of the 40K lore, so I'm curious about, in working on this project, what's been the most fun seeing come together? I mean, what's Saber Interactive focusing on right now?
Right at the beginning of the project, Tim and I went to the Warhammer Museum, which was an incredible experience. And you go around all these cabinets where these incredible miniatures that have been painted by these masters are arranged in these dioramas. You find yourself kind of crouching down and looking into the ranks of Space Marines that are facing Tyranids or Orcs or whatever. And something that Tim and I said at that moment was, we need to make this come alive. I don't want to look at this. I want to be inside this. I want to be gunning down Tyranids by the thousands. And so seeing that actually happen and come alive has been thrilling.
Am I going to feel like the characters in the Astartes animation? Because if so, then I'm buying the game immediately.
Even more so, when you're wielding one of those massive weapons and you're faced with 1,000 Tyranids who all want to eat you alive, and you're just letting rip and you can see shell casings bursting out of these massive weapons one after another. The sound, the gameplay, the way it feels is all designed to make you feel like the most powerful warrior in the universe.
Well, perfect. That answers everything. Thank you so much, Tim and Oliver from Saber Interactive, for joining us. I can't wait. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 comes to PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S soon. Now next, we have a few more surprises for you up the sleeves of our proverbial power armor. First, Replicant D6's homage to the golden days, or should I say, golden eyes of 90s console shooters, and an atmospheric sci-fi adventure on the Red Planet from Frontier Developments and Kyoken Interactive. Let's take a look.
Sarah? Ryan? This is Kathy. Can you hear me? Please come in.
Mission Opera has only one objective.
Bring the Arks and their revolutionary technology back home.
Here we go, Opera Team. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I need to know that when we get there, you'll make the right decisions.
We can do this.
What do you expect to find on Mars?
Hi, my name's Elise Chappell, and I play Kathy Johansson in the out-of-this-world sci-fi epic Deliver Us Mars. Join Kathy and the crew of the Zephyr on an unmissable adventure as they journey to the Red Planet to recover technology vital to the survival of Earth and humankind. Deliver Us Mars is set to land on September 27th and is available to pre-order now on PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, and the Epic Games Store.
Stay a while and listen. To this list of games still to come, the team behind Half-Life Alyx Levitation will put their mod where their mouth is, and then it's paradox time. Not as in us creating an actual time paradox, we're going to show you the latest from Victoria 3. Plus, you can literally scare your entire butt off with the creeping horror of Gloomwood. All this and more in just a moment, but first, a final pop quiz for all you Valorant, CSGO, and League of Legends players. How much has esports revenue increased since 2016? Compass Data Centers wants to hear your guess, and you can scan this QR code on the screen for a chance to win a $500 Razer gift card. Visit gaming.compassdatacenters.com to enter. Alright, and now, back to the show.
Up next, we're going to take a look at Stormgate, the highly anticipated real-time strategy game from Frost Giant. Then, our resident RTS addict is going to sit down with some of the game developers to ask the hard-hitting questions like, when can we play this already?
2 years ago, our team assembled with a shared vision to build a brand new real-time strategy game. Together, we've been fortunate to work on some of the greatest RTS games of all time, and now we have a chance to do it again by creating the next evolution of that legacy. Today, we are so excited to share a first glimpse of Stormgate, an exclusive sneak peek into the universe and game that we've been creating for you. Stormgate takes place in an all-new post-apocalyptic setting where science fiction and fantasy collide. Our story begins hundreds of years in Earth's future, following the near extinction of humanity. This great calamity was caused by the Infernal Host, a playable alien race of demonic invaders that are hell-bent on claiming this planet as their own. With our story, we are creating an ever-expanding game universe, told through an ongoing series of campaign missions that you can play solo or cooperatively. New chapters will come out regularly, along with new units, maps, modes, and plenty of other surprises. In addition to campaign missions, we're building a world-class competitive experience with grassroots and professional tournaments accessible from directly within the game. There will be different leagues suitable for all levels of experience. In our new 3-player co-op versus AI mode, you'll level up your heroes, collect rewards, and customize your forces to open up new styles of gameplay and long-term variety. Stormgate will be free to play, but not pay to win, and there will be no NFTs. Beta testing starts next year, and you can sign up now to reserve your place in line at playstormgate.com.
You might happen to know that I'm a huge fan of real-time strategy games. StarCraft is my favorite game. I played it for 25 years. I still play it, and that's why I am so thrilled today to be talking to Frost Giant Studios. They're a group of amazing developers who have worked on literally my favorite games of all time. and we're here to talk about their brand new, free-to-play, real-time strategy game set in a post-apocalyptic Earth. It's Stormgate. And here to talk about it is the CEO and production director at Frost Giant, Tim Morton. Thanks for joining us, Tim.
Thank you so much for having me here.
I want to know about the world. I want to know about the game. Tell us, what is Stormgate?
All right, this is our first game as a new studio, and it is classic real-time strategy, but designed to be more social. We build the game in a universe that ties everything together, but provide different kinds of experiences for players who like different kinds of gameplay. So we've got cooperative campaign mode, also play open-ended co-op, but if you're somebody who really enjoys competition, we've got 1 versus 1, high skill, competitive. And those are very different ways to play in some ways, but they're also all unified by the universe, by the races, by the units. So you really get a sense for how to enjoy the game.
And I'm curious a little bit about that core gameplay, because obviously in all these modes you're going to be collecting money, building bases, building units, and so on. And I know that for you, the game feeling really good and really smooth to play is super important. Now, obviously, I come from a time where if the pathfinding is bad, we call that high skill opportunity. But I mean, how do you think about getting the controls, the motions, just the feel of the game to feel good in 2022?
Yeah, it's interesting that RTS is one of the only genres I can think of where you have to have hundreds, even thousands of units synchronized over the network and responsive in a way that high skill, like pro esports players feel good about playing the game. That's not easy. It does require custom technology. There's no engine that you buy off the shelf that does that for you. So we definitely started knowing that and having the benefit of our chief architect, James Anhalt, who did that work previously on StarCraft 2. So we've put a lot of effort into that for sure.
And this is going to be one of the first major RTSs people are aware of that is on Unreal Engine 5. What is it like working in this next generation engine?
It's pretty incredible how far things have come from a graphics perspective, and I think the art team is unlocked in so many ways by what Unreal provides. So we're very excited. We're still learning everything that Unreal can do for us, but even that first cinematic that we debuted, like that's done in Unreal. So the high quality graphics that you're seeing are actually coming from Unreal as an engine.
So you've talked a little bit about, for new players, making the game feel a little more approachable, a little bit more streamlined, but obviously StarCraft, real-time strategy, has this astonishingly long history as a competitive game, as an esport. And I'm curious, how is your team going to approach that?
So a lot of the emphasis around our thinking has been focused on what are things that we can add, especially around the gameplay experience. And one of those things is more seamless integration with esports. I mean, being able to sign up, participate in tournaments directly from the client in a way that gives players, even if you're not like top grandmaster, ready to take on Cyril, there's still an opportunity to be the best on your block or the best at your company or the best at your school. So we want to facilitate esports all the way from grassroots level up to the pro level directly in the client.
So of course, in the history of RTS games, a really important component of them has always been mods. I mean, Warcraft 3, there's players that didn't even play the original game, they just did custom mode after custom mode. Does Stormgate have modding? How are you thinking about the modding community?
A number of members of the Frost Giant team actually came out of the modding community. The team as a whole is very passionate about it. From the outset, we started out applying resources to build a custom editor. I think there's a lot of opportunity to make improvements to the editing experience for RTS. We are also working on the infrastructure for people to be able to share their mods with each other. So it's really core to us as a team to enable modding, and we're absolutely working on it.
And of course, we have to end with my favorite question of all. When can we play the game and how do we play it, Tim?
So we are going to start our beta in 2023. We already have a site stood up at playstormgate.com to be able to register for the beta. We have a lot of active discussion topics on our subreddit as well, so there's an opportunity to participate in the dialogue around what we're building.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us again today. We just got a chance to talk about Stormgate, the upcoming free-to-play RTS from Frost Giant Studios. I'm personally super pumped to play it, and be sure to check it out at playstormgate.com. Now, Tim, I'm going to do a transition to the next game. Are you ready? is gonna be good. Watch this, it's gonna be so sick. Next, we're gonna show you Leysara, Summit Kingdom from Quite OK Games. Now, as someone who has spent a medically inadvisable amount of time playing strategy games of all sorts, this looks incredibly up my alley. And it looks a lot safer than my last attempt to create society in the mountains. 2 words to yodeling accident. Let's check it out.
That was Frozen Flame, an open-world survival RPG from Dreamside Interactive, where you'll embark on a fantasy adventure in a world reshaped by a magical calamity. A cursed land full of environmental hazards and massive monsters doesn't sound like the kind of place you'd want to build a cozy home with your friends, but instead you'll be raising fortresses and trying to tame the world, eventually growing tough enough to tackle the citadel that looms over everything and break the curse. Or you'll end up in the belly of a monster. Still kind of cozy. The demo for Frozen Flame was released just before the show, so you can jump in or grab some co-op buddies and see how long you can survive for right now. And keep an eye out for the early access launch later this year.
If you could listen to the noise of history, then you would hear by the sounds of the Victorian age that the world changed forever. The roar of the engines, the bangs from new factories, and the cries in the streets calling out for revolution. In Victoria 3, we simulate this era, 100 years starting in 1836, and put you in charge of a young society. You will meet the people back then, high and low, over cultures across the globe. They are the beating heart of your nation and form powerful groups with needs and desires. Listen to their calls and let it influence reform, or turn a deaf ear to protect what is proven and stable. Your politics will decide where you want to go, but your economy, how far you'll come. Taxes, production, trade, and construction. Play these cards right, and you can harness the Industrial Revolution to turn your cities into titans. This is the engine you will need on the global stage. Use pacts, threats, and bluffs to secure your place in the sun. Anything done by war can be achieved with diplomacy. But you can decide when push comes to shove. Here you write the stories, and over time, the history of your world will be carved into the map. What will your society be like? What is the sound that will echo over continents and be heard over the noise of time as you create your grand tomorrow?
That was the gameplay debut of Victoria 3 from Paradox Interactive, a grand strategy game coming later this year. And let us take this moment to let you know you can wish us Victoria 3 by visiting the PC Gaming Show event page on Steam, where you'll be able to find every game featured in today's show. Type pcgamer.com/wishlist into your browser to be taken straight to there. And now on with the show.
What's up, PC gamers? We're back again. Now, what you just saw was everything New Blood's got going on for 2022. A Medieval the Black Labyrinth, Ultra Kill Act 2, Faith, Fallen Aces, and a brand new update for Dusk that's bringing all new HD models and weapons that nobody asked for. So we're doing it anyway. Now, last year you might have noticed we teased a bunch of games here that we weren't ready to talk about just yet. And we're still not ready to talk about those games. But I want to let you know that yes, we're still working on a top-down shooter. Yes, we're still working on a Fallout-style RPG, my dream game. And yes, we're still working on a car combat game. But we're not ready to talk about those games just yet. What I want to talk about is Gloomwood. Now, 2 years ago, y'all straight up forgot to show the Gloomwood trailer. Last year, you bumped me so Gabe Newell could talk about a bunch of demos or some shit. This year, PC Gamer, you promised we would get to show Gloomwood, so I don't want to hear any bullshit. If you're on a Steam Deck ad right now or some shit, I'm gonna...
Steam Deck. Powerful, portable, PC gaming.
PC Gamer, you see this puppy? I will drown this puppy. I will, if you don't let us show Gloomwood, I am going to drown this adorable... I would never do that. Hi, I love you. So yeah, we good?
No.
Can we show Gloomwood? Are you sure? Well, all right. It's about time.
Hello, Doctor. I had hoped for us to meet at my estate. No matter. I can guarantee your safe arrival. A promise few others here can make. The townsfolk are not fond of outsiders. Don't delay. Exciting.
There's only one thing I like more than playing New Bloods games, and that's probably the URLs they make for them. It wouldn't be a PC gaming show without the silliest, most ridiculous website names in human history. Which is why I'm delighted to share that next, we have a group of such games that run the gamut from medieval mayhem to an adorable animal fight club. And our first rule, we absolutely plan to talk about it.
Corrupted what? Why is it always doing this just when I need to showcase the game? Okay, I'm gonna take that. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, I have.
The update to System 10.1.1 will provide a clean sorting of all your files and ensure that situations like this won't ever happen.
Oh, no, nobody's updating me. That's the thing. Nope, haha, thank you, but we'll pass. Okay, so I do have a backup of the trailer. While I go rummage into the bin for it, please welcome my personal assistant. That will do a great job at pitching the game for you. Talk about how cool I am in the story and how funny and witty. You know, just talk about me. Found it. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, the trailer. Okay, who had the amazing idea to save the trailer backup in 14.4 pixels? Do we have any ants working for us? What?
The survival of thy noble family depends on their ability to rule the city, to fight with valor, and to learn. Oh, if only it were that easy.
I don't know what you're up to, fuzzball, but back off! At the end of my
That was the latest DLC for Core Keeper, the sandbox survival sim from Fireshine Games and Pugstorm. The Sunken Sea Biome update is available on June 15th for all Core Keeper players. Now we have even more twists and turns and trailers, so press enter to continue. Did you press it? I'm gonna go ahead and assume you pressed it. No, but seriously, press it.
Life can be harsh everywhere. But in the old world, there was no hope of it ever improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve. And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding it for the crown. The nobles hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave, that we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland. The journey wasn't easy. We lost many along the way. This wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
What is below is destined to be understood. Our life depends on the whims of the weather. Our life is tied to this earth.
The water we harvest, the plants we grow, the air we filter. Any waste would be fatal to our survival.
We must learn to live in harmony with this world. For too long we have wandered without purpose. From now on, our city will be a source of hope.
To understand our world, we must explore it.
We must find the tablets, the seeds of knowledge that bind all the elements together.
To build our survival,
To build our city, to live happily.
Welcome to Icarus, Prospector. The planet we almost lost, then found a reason to stay. Take it from me, this place wants you dead. But we've made progress, learned the lay of the land, how to use Icarus to our advantage. Our friends at the UDA are offering up a slice, a whole new terrain. If you learn, build, and survive, maybe, just maybe, there's a future here. Think you got what it takes?
In the rich tapestry of the PC gaming community, modders are one of the most inspiring subcultures. In fact, some of the most popular genres today started as PC gaming mods. Right now, modders Sean FMP1 Snelling and Corey Latto are making something incredibly special in the form of an ambitious mod for Half-Life Alyx. It's called Levitation. It's an original 4 to 5 hour campaign that builds on Valve's original VR game, Half-Life Alyx. With Alyx searching for a pair of rebels gone rogue, they've discovered a strange floating building in Sector X and decided to investigate it, against orders, obviously, and now it's your turn. Let's go back to the world of Gordon, G-Man, and Alyx with this exclusive gameplay footage.
Alyx, according to this old Resistance map, there's a control room somewhere outside the building you're in. Sorry if that's vague, the map was drawn using somebody's blood. Alyx, I'm detecting an incredibly large energy signature up ahead. It's probably Gordon Freeman, and not anything bad at all. Definitely probably Gordon Freeman.
Okay, so the plan is to get to that control room and get Gordon. Oh boy. Getting kind of crowded down here, Russ.
Nice.
Steady.
Three cells left. Oh boy.
Well, folks, this is the end. We've learned a lot today about ourselves, about computers, about genetically engineered space marines. And with so many games on the way, there has truly never been a better time to be part of the PC gaming community.
Over the course of the last 2 hours, we saw games from developers all over the world, and we wanted to thank everyone who tuned in to watch the show. All the developers who shared their work with us, and of course, all of the partners for their help bringing the PC gaming show to life.
Indeed, remember to tip your servers, install your firmware updates, and tell me if you know where to find a 3090 Ti. Tell me immediately. Anywhere you can find one, let me know. And of course, a warm thanks to you again for joining us at this year's PC Gaming Show. It's something I look forward to every year, and we're thrilled that you joined us again. See you next time. Bye-bye. Bye. This is the official PC Gaming Show 2022 pre-show. It's the live show before the pre-recorded show. Go to the start. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Replenish your potions and motion. Let's do it again. This is the first time. But before I spiral further into my concerns, here's even more. All right, one more time. You just saw Demon School from Welsh developer. You want perfect? Watch this. So, now they're all rested up. Let's enjoy a slice of that cyberpunk life. We skipped the whole line. We accidentally the whole line. We have come to the end of our show at long last. With so many, I saw my spit fly out, and I hope I didn't get you, man.
Oh, good.
And also, I ate a Snickers, so I want to make sure there's no just chocolate in my teeth. Is there any chocolate in my mouth?
Don't answer, Ben. The 5.5 gigahertz Core i9 12900KS with a 32 gigabyte of DDR. I was doing so well. Ah, God, there were so many numbers all at once.
And game reveals to share with you, which can only mean one thing. It's countdown time. There's a LaCroix burp. It's very close to the surface. It's not a heart attack, it's just a burp. All right, I'm going to do the take. It's gonna happen, maybe.
I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this.
Get ready to overclock your eyeballs because this next trailer is coming in hotter than my computer with more than 3 Chrome tabs open. If your gaming chair came with a seatbelt, then strap in because this next trailer goes from 0 to 100 real quick. And I just got off the phone with my doctor and he was like, exclusive gameplay levels are critically low. And I want to fix that like immediately. I had no idea where we were going. It's the first time I'd seen any of those words, but I just kept pushing it. There's no break. I just kept going. I was like, this is the most crazy. This read is insane. I was like, cry. I don't know why I'm this way. But that's what I decided to do, and I'm sticking to it.